Thank you, and good evening to the Planning South Committee. Before I move to agenda item number 1, I would like to welcome the speakers we have this evening, and may I remind you that this is a meeting at which the public are present, although it is not a public meeting. As we have a significant number of speakers and quite an extensive, challenging agenda this evening, please can you keep to your allotted time, and we will be timing you when you are speaking. We're not expecting a fire drill today, so should you hear the alarm, please make your way to the nearest fire exits, which are over there and behind me here, and we muster outside in the centre of Horsham. May I remind members and members of the public to switch off your mobile phones or turn them to silent. And when using the microphone, please make sure you turn it on, and when you finish speaking, turn it off. Thank you. When members are voting, please make sure your arm is clearly raised and remains raised until we've concluded the count. And also, when speaking, I'd just like to remind members, can you, because we have a fairly extensive agenda, and unlike some, I don't really want to be sitting here at midnight, please can you keep your points clear and concise and questions for the officers, and try and avoid making statements. Thank you very much. So agenda item number 1, apologies. Do we have apologies for absence?
Yes, we've received apologies from Joanne Knowles, Councillor Emma Beard, Alan Manton and Peter Vanderborg.
Okay. Thank you very much. Approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Can I take those as agreed? Thank you. Announcements. Declaration of members' interest. Are there any declarations? Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. DC 232172, I've spoken to the monitoring officer and she advised that I leave the room and don't take part.
2172. Thank you very much. Any other declarations of interest? No? Okay, thank you. Announcements. I have no announcements, and I have no announcements to make from the Chief Exec either. Thank you. So appeals. Item number 5 on the agenda, the appeals. Any comments on the appeals? No? Okay. Thank you. Item number 6 is the first application we are considering this evening, which is DC 232172 Cobwood, Burnt House Lane, Calfold. And I'd like to invite the officer to make their... Sorry.
Should we introduce ourselves?
Pardon?
The officers introducing themselves this evening.
Yes, apologies.
That's all right.
Sorry, I do apologise. Before we make that presentation, I'd like the officers to introduce themselves, please.
Tamara Dale, Principal Planning Officer.
Adrian Smith, Major Applications Team Leader.
Nick Pettifer, Senior Planning Officer.
Emma Parks, the Head of Development and Building Control.
Claire Brown, Principal Planning Solicitor.
And Liz Fennick, Democratic Services Officer.
Thank you very much. So we will move forward onto DC 232172, and I would like to invite the officer to make their presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair.
You've got the mouse there.
Okay. The proposal concerns the installation of a solar farm with a capacity of up to 49.9 megawatts. By way of an update, we have received the Great Crested Newt conditions, which will replace those on the agenda in front of you at 26 and 27. These have been drafted by Nature Space. I had prepared a slide. I believe it's here. So these have been anticipated, and they are the nature space licence will be reflected in the decision notice as well. So there's no material change or impact to the assessments that have been carried out thus far within the report, and we have been anticipating receipt of these conditions. So the overall site area comprises some 74.4 hectares of mixed agricultural land that is currently used for grazing, grassland and arable, used for the production of cattle feed. The actual land area necessary for the siting of the panels amounts to around 45.7 hectares of land. The site is located on land to the north of the A272 and south of the A272, which is all within one ownership. The site is about 1 kilometre west of Cowfold and about 2 kilometres east of the Buck Barn Crossroad Junction. The slide before you shows indicated the public rights of way in proximity to the site, as well as the listed buildings, just so you can locate the site.
Well, it's the screen's not for members of the public. Do you want to comment on that, Liz? Do you want to comment on the turn up screen?
We'll turn up the volume, but the screens are not for the members of the public. It's for council members to consider when they're looking at the screens. Thank you. You couldn't hear me then, could you? All right.
So the agricultural land quality has been assessed as being grade 3B, defined under national criteria as being moderate agricultural land and therefore not the best, most versatile agricultural land. The site also has a view corridor through to St Hugh's Monastery, which is approximately in the location of that green arrow that you see on the plan at the moment. The site layout comprises 7 field parcels to the north of the A272 and 8 field parcels to the south. The overall site layout has been amended following officer involvement in the application, which has resulted in the exclusion of 1 parcel and reducing the extent of the panels in parcels 8 and 10. So parcel 13 has been omitted from the proposal. As you can see here, the blue areas indicate the areas where amendments have been sought and provided. This plan indicates the layout of the panels within the fields along with the associated infrastructure that's necessary to support the solar farm. Panels would be mounted on a fixed frame around 0.6 metres off the ground and up to a height of about 3 metres at the highest point. This still allows for sheep to be grazed within the site to help with land management. The associated infrastructure includes 2 district network operation cabins, DNO substations, 10 inverter cabins, and 2 customer substations, which are indicated on the plan. The surrounding fencing would be deer-proof fencing up to a height of 2 metres, and there would also be CCTV poles around the site perimeter. Gravel access tracks between the parcels would allow access, maintenance access. The proposal is accompanied with ecological and biodiversity enhancements within the site, which include gapped up, retained and new native hedgerows, new trees, protected watercourse, buffer zones to the trees and woodlands, which includes a couple of areas of ancient woodland, the great crested newt mitigations, wildflower and native scrub, enabling grazing under the panels, and also there's flood mitigation works as part of the site. So here's some of the visuals that have been prepared to demonstrate the existing appearance of the site, and then at year 1 and then at year 15, once the established landscape features have grown up around the site. So this particular photo is the junction of the A272 and Burnt House Lane, the north part of the site. This would be the one of the southern parcels. This is looking north from a public right of way. The Clock House Farm is set behind these trees. Actually, I think that's slightly wrong. I think it's behind here. And again at year 15, this is another viewpoint. As you can see, the panels visible just in a field gap there. And some other viewpoints of the panels with enhanced hedgerow planting within the site. Some more views from the A272. At this point, it's the Maplehurst Road junction, and looking south where the panels are proposed, south of the A272. This is another junction looking west along the A272 from Maplehurst Road junction. And these are some site photos offering a different perspective of the existing site as it stands at the moment. So officers recognise that there are a number of public receptor points where the panels are visible, noting the A272 corridor and the north-south lanes, along with some public rights-of-way through the southern parcels and running close to the northern parcels. There would be a change in character between the northern parcels and the southern landscape character, with the northern areas noted to be slightly more undulating, with smaller field patterns and more contained by boundary vegetation. There's a limited impact arising from the northern parcels as a result. The southern field parcels are slightly more open in character and appearance, and allow slightly longer views, and particularly towards the St Hugh's Monastery. The views to the monastery are evident from the A272 in places, but can really be seen from the public rights-of-way as well. Officers are satisfied that the amendments to the field parcels and the layout of the array would secure and retain the mid-distance views of the monastery and its church spire, and would limit the harm and degree of harm to the setting of the listed buildings. Just by way of information, these are the associated infrastructure cabins that would be dotted within the site. Where these are located at the edges of the site, we've asked for bespoke conditions to secure final details, such as external cladding, colour, planting and location of the elements, so that we can be sure that their appearance is suited to their locations. I'll just go back to the site layout. Here we are. The proposal before you as it stands has been amended to address areas of concern, and officers do recognise that the array covers a large area of land when seen in plan, but in reality, on the ground, public views would only be provided of distinct parcels. Officers do recognise that a number of residential properties lie close to the site, adjacent to it as well, but the impact of those properties is more on the experiential qualities rather than the living conditions by way of noise, loss of light, bulk and massing. The proposal is recommended for approval as it presents the opportunity to deliver renewable energy within the district, which is something that both nationally and locally is advocated by planning policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. I'd like to invite the first of the public speakers, and that is Pamela Hunter. I remind you, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Is this on? Can you hear me? Right, thank you. Well, since this application first appeared, there have been some very major changes that have the most significant impact both on its validity or even its necessity. So just last week, the government announced, and I quote, "Increasing the deployment of rooftop solar remains a priority for government." In addition, they've announced a new package of grants for farms, which removes the previous barriers to rooftop solar. And these include incentives for charities. And of course, Camellia Botner, who are the landowners, is a charity, and they now benefit from zero VAT and quite a package of grants. CPRE was one of the groups that criticised low carbon for approximating the output as 49.9 megawatts. As a scientist, I really do agree with this. Approximation is quite ridiculous. An approximation of 49.9 might be regarded as 50, and as you all know, 50 has to go to a higher authority. Oddly, even though they've apparently now reduced the number of panels, they're still claiming an output of 49.9, which surely is not right. My concluding major point is the most worrying fact of all is that the grid is currently not fit for purpose. This is admitted on their website. So as of late 2023, had a queue of over 500 applicants waiting for connection, and this is growing all the time. Their website states that the total could reach a massive 800 gigawatt. Just remind you that a gigawatt is it could reach 800 gigawatts.
Excuse me, could I ask you to bring your comments to a closure, please? Could I ask you to bring your comments to a closure, please?
To what? So the point is that this is over 4 times. Peak demand is only 58.5. So overall, there have been a number of complaints. I hope that
Sorry, are you about to conclude your statement?
Yes.
Right, because you've had more than your 2 minutes.
Yes.
I did stress.
Yes, I was interrupted. I hope that you can take a holistic view of this application, because many of us believe that the environmental damage far outweighs any perceived green aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, just a point of clarity. I did stress before you make your public speech that you have 2 minutes. And it is my right to interrupt you if you've taken longer than 2 minutes. Thank you. Irene Penny.
The battle between energy security and food security has finally been acknowledged by government via Claire Coutinho, Minister for Energy Security and Net Zero. She has stated, "It's now more important than ever that food production is prioritised and solar projects can affect local environments with unacceptable impact on communities." She believes the increasing clustering of energy projects in the same rural locations calls for consideration of cumulative impact. We have 8 energy developments planned or built within 4 miles of Cowfold. Why is that? Last week's Farm to Fork Summit gave us a stark warning. Food security and conflict are the most immediate, dangerous threats to this country. Farmers are at the front line of our defence in ensuring the UK can feed itself, but they're threatened by impacts from our new and developing wet climate. Indeed, in light of recent flood events, DEFRA are re-evaluating their land classification methods, and it's likely this non-flooding 3B land will be upgraded so it can remain in use for food production. Talking to energy and solar experts, their belief is technology will rapidly deliver massively improved solar capabilities and efficiencies way beyond that of today. Laying first-generation solar technology over the most precious resource we have in this area, land to grow our food, makes no sense. We don't know what the next 40 years will bring, but what we do know, once this lease is signed, this 800-year-old farmland is industrialised. There is no going back. The decisions made here in this forum will not only impact us, but our children and their children. We're asking you to pause, think, be brave, and re-evaluate this development, not just under today's planning regulations, but examine it under the new, rapidly changing government policies, considering the wider and hugely devastating impact this will have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Jess Clark, please.
Thank you. I stand before you to oppose the proposed solar farm development on our vital agricultural land in Cowfold and West Grinstead. This project poses significant threats to our local biodiversity, food security and the well-being of our community. The land is earmarked for development is a crucial habitat for numerous species, including great-crested newts, polecats, storks, buzzards, kites and many others. We have personally witnessed these animals thriving on this land, and yet no ecological assessments have been conducted at our property and on those local areas of land to mitigate this project's devastating impact. Moreover, this development disrupts the vital wildlife corridor connecting the NEP rewilding project, further fragmenting our precious green spaces. This directly contradicts the government's stance on protecting such corridors. The loss of this agricultural land will exacerbate the UK's food production challenges. As the National Farmers Union has stated, our domestic production is already insufficient. Sacrificing this land increases our reliance on imports, escalating our environmental footprint and risking food price instability. The project also contradicts recent ministerial statements emphasising solar farms on agricultural land should only proceed when absolutely necessary. This development benefits an overseas pension fund, feeds into an already strained grid, and offers no tangible benefits for our local community. In Twynham, a similar project went ahead. It was approved 7 years ago, and that community has a concrete pad to show. Those houses have depreciated in value, and those residents can't move on now because of that planning committee decision. There are other renewable energy options. This includes promoting rooftop solar installations, developing solar projects on brownfield sites, and investing in other renewable energy sources like wind power. These demonstrate that putting our solar farm on farmland is not a necessity. I urge you to heed the concerns of our community, the Environmental Secretary's warning about food security, and the Prime Minister's recent cautions against developing high-quality farmland. Reject this proposal, which will cause irreversible harm to 800 years' worth of agricultural land. It will destroy wildlife habitat and burden residents with development that they don't want to see. I believe people in this room are trying to do the right things today by supporting greener energy, but this development will not have the impact that you want it to have. It will destroy so much, it will constrain so much of our priority and our options for farmland, and it will impact negatively the lives of so many people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Matt Lomax, please.
Good evening, I am Matt Lomax, Planning Manager at Low Carbon. Decarbonising the UK's electricity system is a monumental challenge which we must address urgently. Solar power, being one of the cheapest and quickest forms of low carbon electricity, is crucial in our journey to achieve net zero. Cobwood Solar Farm, a 49.9 megawatt project, will generate enough electricity to power over 16,000 homes annually. This equates to 28% of the homes in a district using only 0.19% of the land. This will significantly boost the district's connected renewable energy capacity, which at 80 megawatts currently is behind the national average. The district's climate action strategy highlights the urgent need for more renewable energy projects at all scales. We have collaborated closely with council officers and stakeholders to ensure this project respects environmental and land use constraints, minimises community impact and provides tangible benefits. This process has resulted in a strong recommendation for approval. Beyond generating green electricity, Cobwood Solar Farm will achieve a biodiversity net gain of over 66% through planting over 4.5 kilometres of new hedgerows, planting trees and wildflower around the site. It will support sheep grazing during operation and and integrates agriculture with renewable energy. Your officers have concluded that the project's benefits clearly outweigh its impacts. Each council must take decisive action to combat climate change. Therefore, councillors, you have before you an opportunity to make a significant contribution locally and national. Therefore, I urge you to support your officer's recommendation and approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Apologies. Connie Towell, I believe it is.
It's Paul Yollop now, please.
Oh, apologies, I missed you off. I do apologise. Paul, I made a mistake. I do apologise. It's Paul Yallop. Thank you.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Paul Yallop and I'm here to advocate for the current and future beneficiaries of the Camellia Bottner Foundation, a charitable trust which owns the land on which the proposed solar farm would be built. Since 1979, we have helped thousands of disadvantaged young people, such as Jack, I've changed his name, who at just 13 was not being looked after by his mother due to her heroin addiction. Whilst out on the streets looking for food, he was befriended by local gang members who looked out for him, but in return asked him to join their county lines drug operation, telling him the police could not touch him as he was a child. After over 3 years, and having missed his education, he finally escaped their criminal exploitation, and with our help, the then 17-year-old Jack found out that he was great at cooking. He left us after 18 months with a level 2 MVQ catering qualification and went on to work in the kitchen of a high-end restaurant in London. I could tell many more heartbreaking stories, but I hope you can see the benefit of our work from just this one example. Your officer's report asks you to balance any harms from the solar farm against community benefits. Please be aware that the solar farm would help our beneficiaries for the next 40 years, helping us with ever-increasing costs, allowing some of the energy profits to assist our disadvantaged young people. A well-organised campaign has generated over 100 objections to this application, but I believe the silent vast majority want decision makers to act on the climate emergency, as evidenced by recent election results. How many of us want to live on our planet further damaged by climate change? And how many wish to live in monsoon conditions with boiling hot summers and constant rain in other seasons? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, now Connie Towell, you have 5 minutes as Calfold PC, Parish Council.
Hi there everyone. So I'm from Calfold Parish Council and myself, along with West Grinstead, would like to say the following. We fully support renewable energy projects in principle and recognise their importance to our environment. However, this is provided that any such projects are sited in an appropriate location and include suitable mitigations so as to minimise any impacts during the construction, operational and reinstatement phases. We recognise that the proposals are situated on land that is classified as 3B and so is not prime agricultural land. We recognise too that the applicants did request an environmental impact assessment, EIA, screening opinion from HDC and that they responded that an EIA was not required. That was very disappointing, particularly as an EIA would most certainly have been required if the capacity of the scheme had been 50 megawatts or more. There must therefore be a suspicion that the applicant has deliberately limited the capacity of the scheme insofar as they have actually done so, save on paper, specifically to avoid the need for an EIA. This does not sit well with local residents. Our concerns primarily relate to traffic management during the construction phases and the environmental impact during the operational life of the project. We note that access to the sites is via the A272 and minor roads, Littleworth Lane and Stonehouse Lane to the southern location and Burnt House Lane to the northern location. It should be noted that the A272 in this area has been subject to numerous accidents, some fatal, over the past years. The last one, thankfully not fatal, as recent as the 18th of January 2024. We ask for specific assurances on the following points. During the construction phase, a detailed traffic management plan should be provided as part of the initial submission. That this should include concise information as to how vehicles will be controlled on Littleworth Lane, Stonehouse Lane and Burnt House Lane. Vehicle access to and from the A272 will be managed. A commitment that there will be no construction activity outside the hours stated on the initial planning application. A full plan as to how the roads will be kept clean, including the management of any runoff water as a result of any cleaning processes. Ensure that no heavy goods vehicles associated with the project enter the Cowfold air quality management area. During the operational phase, the applicant to volunteer a full and independent EIA, whether or not this is a requirement, with evidence-based projections giving the specific levels of biodiversity net gain to be achieved. Specific screening proposals to provide for minimal loss of amenity for those properties in the immediate vicinity, and consideration to be given to securing free electricity for the benefit of those few properties most directly impacted by the proposed development, in that they are surrounded on at least 3 sides by this proposed solar farm. We would suggest that for the avoidance of doubt, the properties should be identified at the outset. Carry out and publish an independent full 24/7-day acoustic assessment prior to commencement to establish a true ambient noise baseline. And during the reinstatement phase, the land to be reinstated at the end of service or at the end of the term, whichever is sooner, to its former state. The performance of this to be guaranteed by a dynamic decommissioning bond. The land then revert to agricultural use. Long-term benefit is we propose that commitment is given to fund the installation of a permanent 40-mile-per-hour speed limit, specifically along the A272, starting to the west of Park Lane, running eastwards to meet the 30-mile-per-hour limit at Cowfold. This should be in place before any construction can commence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor David Green, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The developable area of this application, as you will have heard, is 45.7 hectares, which equates to 112 acres. It straddles Cowfold and West Grinstead parishes. Broadly speaking, about 3/4 of it is in Cowfold. The 2 parishes have agreed a joint response in this case. You've heard Connie on behalf of Cowfold. It follows that basically West Grinstead endorses everything that she said. But there is another aspect to this application which I'd like to raise with you tonight. I realise it may not technically be a planning point, but I think it's nevertheless worth mentioning here. It concerns the community benefit offered by the applicant. Now, as I understand it, there's no legal requirement, at least at the moment, for an applicant for one of these renewable energy projects to offer a financial sum to the local community by way of community benefit. HDC isn't therefore in a position to insist on such a sum or to determine the amount. But certainly the norm is that the applicant will make such an offer. Sometimes it's a one-off capital sum, sometimes it's an annual sum over the duration of the scheme. You'll probably have heard of the Dragon's Green Energy Hub. There's a company called Clearstone Energy. They ran a consultation recently about a 400 megawatt battery storage farm they want to build at Dragon's Green. It's land owned by NEP. Clearstone are offering 50,000 of funding annually, 2 million, over a 40-year term to support community initiatives such as, and they cite these in their promotional material, energy saving measures for low-income households in the district and low carbon retrofits for local community buildings. So this is, significant stuff. So what is it reasonable to expect low carbon to pay in this case? Well, what I can tell you is they've offered £139,720, which equates to something like £3,500 a year. Is that reasonable? Well, compare it with Dragon's Green. I appreciate that the two projects are significantly different, but the area affected by the Dragon's Green scheme would be much smaller. I've been told of another approach recently regarding a 50 megawatt solar farm. There, the community benefit on offer was apparently £15,000 a year. We're about a quarter of that. By either token, the low carbon offer does seem to be, if we put it politely, somewhat less than generous. So I think the message from us to HDC is that we don't necessarily expect you to negotiate the community benefit on our behalf, but it would be nice to think that you could at least give us a steer, maybe refer us to a firm of commercial agents you deal with who know something about renewable energy projects. That would be a help, would have been a help to Cowfold and West Grinstead, but it would also be a help to any one of a number of other rural parishes in this district who are going to encounter exactly the same problem in the years to come. And the message to low carbon, because I says, well, we've already heard from somebody from low carbon, so they are here, is please engage with us on this, as we would like to see a figure altogether closer to what we regard as the going rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A number of the points have been addressed in the report in front of you, and the points raised by the parish councils have been made as part of their representation, so they have been addressed. In terms of a number of the highways improvements, the Highways Authority have assessed the proposal, and what they're concerned, or what they particularly look at, is the increased traffic movements during construction. And obviously during construction there would be a slight increase, but that wouldn't carry on beyond the construction period itself. They are confident that the site can be accessed through public roadways, public highway network, and there's no perceived deficiencies in how that operates at this current moment in time. In terms of the proposed speed limit dropping, that's not something that would be relevant or necessary as a result, as a direct impact of the development being proposed at the moment, simply because there's just no evidence to suggest that the speed limit needs to be reduced to mitigate any issues with the construction access or the traffic. In terms of the land quality, it is classified as 3B. Apologies, I'm skipping around a little bit here. It is qualified as 3B. There are flooding issues over the land at this present moment in time, and we are aware that significant parts of the site are subject to some surface water flooding during the wetter parts of the month. 3B agricultural land is noted for having a poor quality to it, so therefore it's not BMV, so best most versatile land, and the flooding aspect is one noted issue with this land. It is prone to waterlogging, and it has been demonstrated or assessed as having a sort of a silty clay topsoil which affects productivity. So that's how the agricultural land quality has been assessed. Wheel washing, construction activities, that is, I believe, one of the conditions that we would request as part of any conditions on this application, condition 5. Condition 3 is also to cover the decommissioning of the solar farm at the end of its useful period of time, so whether that's at 40 years or before that, including the restoration of the farmland and restoring the land to agricultural use. I think the matters raised in terms of the community benefit is clearly not material to the planning application. That is something that is agreed between Parish Council and the applicant. We have no involvement in it, and it does not factor into the planning considerations at the current time.
If I can just, I think Councillor David Green did touch on that, the comments in terms of the last speaker. Requirements of planning relate to the SIL tests, and any requirements of infrastructure or payments need to meet the following tests. So they need to be necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, directly related to the development, and fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. Any financial contribution or kind of general community development would not be a requirement of this scheme. You know, for instance, if you have a house, they're likely to go to school, and therefore you would expect some kind of educational facility for them. You know, that you haven't got that with a solar farm, and so I would strongly advise members to not have a discussion around any community payment. That should be made as part of this planning committee. If that's something you wish to discuss outside of that forum, then that's something perhaps we can do so, but it is not a material planning matter. I would strongly suggest that we don't have that discussion today. Thank you.
And finally, members, I'll chip in now. I just want to come back to a point the first two speakers made, which refers to the need for a solar farm in the country ultimately. But I want to refer you to paragraph 163 of the NPPF, and the NPPF is a material planning consideration in all planning applications, and helpfully my screen has just gone blank as I was about to quote, so please bear with me. So paragraph 163 says, when determining planning applications for renewable and low carbon development, planning authorities should A, not require applicants to demonstrate the overall need for renewable or low carbon energy, and recognise that even small scale projects provide a valuable contribution to significantly cutting greenhouse gas emissions, and B, to approve the application if its impacts are or can be made acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Just to explain that we have no ward councillors that's here this evening, but we do have a statement from Joanne Knowles, which the officer will be reading out. Thank you.
Okay, so Joanne Knowles is one of the ward councillors for Calfold, Shermanbury and West Grinstead. And she has said, I'm away but was advised not to vote as I'm impacted by this application, as I believe we all are. I'll be able to see the panels from my kitchen window. Almost every letter I received about this application started with, I'm not against green energy, but we have to do something, and right now solar is part of the solution. We can't wait for perfect, time is running out. As a wise man said, the future of all life depends on our willingness to take action now. These panels won't be there forever, but the impact of your decision today will be. Through my windows, I have seen the endless rain this year, seen the negative impact of rising temperatures on the grass yield and the rise in tree diseases as they become more stressed by our changing climate. For me, these solar panels are part of the solution, creating renewable energy, helping keep our emissions down and thus saving biodiversity. We can be proud that we are doing our bit for future generations. I understand why people are concerned about the impact on their lives, and some people will be much more affected than me. I realise the land will be mostly out of food production whilst generating renewable energy, although there may be some for grazing. Research has found that the land can be easily brought back into food production when the solar panels are removed. Yes, solar panel production has a carbon footprint. The good news is that this is offset in around 2 years of solar production, and then the energy production over the rest of the 25 to 30 year life is carbon free. Recycling, switching off standby on our televisions, and reducing the amount of animal products we consume all helps, but we really need some big changes if we are going to succeed. We must do what we can, and I urge you to vote today in favour of this solar farm. As that same wise man, David Attenborough, also said, we are at a unique stage in our history. Never before have we had such an awareness of what we're doing to the planet, and never before have we had the power to do something about that. So just to confirm, that was from Councillor Joanne Knowles.
Thank you. I'm now open for debate. Any questions on this particular application? Councillor Circus.
I think actually, Chairman, we've heard quite a lot this evening that is absolutely irrelevant to this from a planning point of view. We heard, for example, about the excellent work that the Camellia Botnar Foundation does. I know that. But of course that has absolutely no relevance to this as a planning application, although we applaud the work that they do. Just a couple of things. One of the speakers said that the officers had given us a strong recommendation for approval. I wasn't aware that the officers gave us strong recommendations for approval or strong recommendations for rejection. I thought the officers just gave us one or the other, approval or not approval. So it sounds good, but of course it's meaningless because the officers provide no such thing. If I could ask a question, which is this. One of the speakers said that this will be destructive of the Knepp Wildlife Corridor. Now, I don't claim to have any expertise in wildlife corridors. I know we were confronted with the issue of wildlife corridors when we discussed whether there should be development on Barn as a strategic site in the past for the emerging district housing plan. I wonder whether there's one of the officers or somebody can tell me what weight should be attached, if any, to the comment that this development would undermine, quote, the Knepp Wildlife Corridor. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Circus.
Thank you. The biodiversity enhancements that would be achieved across the site, including hedgerows and tree planting, would facilitate the wildlife corridor to remain. So there'd be no, in my view, no undermining of any potential future wildlife corridor or the nature recovery network plans within the district. So the proposal would not undermine that, in my view.
Any other questions? I'll come to you in a moment, John. Councillor Dennis.
I'll do a few for a start. I just have the number of questions and queries first in terms of the documentation. Point 1.24 talks about archaeology on the site. I'm just working myself back up to it. There we are, 1.24, where it says, and it might be the way it's written, it says there are no archaeological notification areas. In recommendations at the bottom, point 7, it actually says, now it could be that it's not written properly, I don't know. Pre-commencement condition around no development until a programme of archaeological monitoring during construction has been secured. And the reason being this matter is fundamental as the site is of archaeological significance. Is that not a contradiction in terms between 1.24 and the pre-condensed 7? So that's probably my first question. If I could have an answer to that. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Because of the site area, it's a precautionary condition. It's generally applied for large development sites. The site is not subject to any archaeological notification areas as identified at the current stage. So there's nothing at the moment that would define any archaeological areas of interest on the site, but the condition is precautionary in nature.
It's generally added to large-scale development because of the scale of the site. It could be that archaeological finds are found, so it's just to cover that eventuality. Thank you.
Strange wording. Okay, thank you. I'll pass over to John and I'll bring up some other points if you like.
Councillor Trollope.
Thank you, Chairman. To follow on from Councillor Circus's point about wildlife corridors, I'm looking at the map and the green spodges look rather large. I just wanted to confirm, are those plots fenced separately in that any wildlife would be able to pass through it quite easily? Or is that those green areas within the fenced-in overall area?
So this is the ecological enhancement plan. So I guess the green areas are outside of the application site, so they remain unchanged. Within the site, the hedgerows are outside of the fencing. So you may be able to see here the faint darker line around the actual panels. So it leaves wildlife free to use those corridors. The fencing is deer-proof fencing, so it prevents larger animals from getting into the site where they might damage the panels or be damaged by the panels if they startle and run into them. So it keeps the animals, the larger animals outside, but it allows smaller animals to pass through the site. I think deer-proof fencing generally has larger gaps between the wire mesh.
Thank you. So just to confirm, the deer, ignoring the A272, a deer could go north to south or east to west and get through the site?
Yes, they could.
Thank you. That's all I have to ask.
Just further to that point, what is the distance between the hedge and the fencings because of deer trying to jump the hedging? And would they knock into the fencing if it's only, say, a metre difference, for example? They wouldn't actually be able to jump properly, would they? Can I just ask, and also around this particular fencing issue, what about lighting? I mean, is there, I was trying to read through it before, I couldn't see anything regarding lighting, but obviously lighting is usually referred to in these types of sort of pieces of work and development.
There's no lighting proposals on the CCTV poles, so the CCTV poles are, I believe, infrared. The only lighting is associated with the maintenance, so as and when the access is required if it's dark, but there's no lighting poles or illuminating lights around the perimeter of the site. And the boundaries from memory, there are, I think, 5-10 metre buffers around the outside of the fencing.
Okay. Councillor, next question. Glint and glare study. Did the glint and glare study look at the impact potentially of drivers on the A272 at various times of the year, both travelling east and west?
From the site visit, the panels south of the A272 would be angled away from drivers, and the only panels that drivers may be impacted by are set at the very bottom of this so move the cursor, this panel here, this parcel. Now, land levels on that particular parcel lie above the road level. So I think it would be, practicality-wise, it would be nigh on impossible to be affected by the glint and glare from the panels if you're a driver along that stretch of the A272. But the glint and glare study is quite thorough in what it assesses in terms of the impact and
Okay. Ian's go next. I've got lost. So what I wanted to also think is, how do you actually stop the energy generation at 49.9? How is it proposed that energy actually stops at 49.9? How do they actually then remove the energy? Because you can't just switch the solar panel off.
I think the applicants have offered that condition to limit the power. I think it's very unlikely that the energy capacity would reach 49.9 megawatts. It's a sort of an upper limit, and it's very unlikely that it would actually achieve that capacity, how I understand panels to work.
We say unlikely, but what happens if it did? That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, the applicants have offered a condition to only generate up to that point, so.
So what would they do if it did? Remove the panels? And remove a number of panels, I presume?
Very likely, potentially, if that arises.
So the next question then is, in 40
Could I
years...
just ask, sorry, how many questions do you have?
Oh, lots. I'm entitled, aren't I, to ask a number of questions?
No, you're not.
Can't
Sorry.
have minutes.
You have 5 minutes.
Oh, well, I'll ask another question, I'm sure in me, haven't I? How, in 40 years' time, when we want to remove these panels, have we seen any evidence of solar panels that have actually been converted back to agricultural land successfully?
Not in our district, we've not reached that point yet.
Well, I was going to say anywhere.
Can I raise a point of order?
I think councillors would know as much, we have extensively knowledge of all the solar panels across the country. It's not something we know off the top of our head. I'm sure it's something we can research, but as I said, we haven't had something that we're personally experienced within our district. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just... Councillor Circus, you wanted to raise a point of order.
I just wanted to point out, Chairman, I'm sure you're aware of this, that presumably as Chairman, you have the discretion to allow Councillor Dennis to talk for longer than the standard time, which, given the huge interest, as evidenced by the crowded public gallery, would seem appropriate, so that the public gallery and all the many people who are not here today will know that this has been given the most thorough consideration. So I'm hoping, Chairman, you will exercise your discretion to extend the time that Councillor Dennis has to ask her question.
I can extend
Thank you.
the time, but not indefinitely. But please carry on with your question.
Thank you. I felt that the piece about the SUD schemes was rather vague, and about the impact that potentially had on the ground itself, because anything that involves drainage means digging up the ground, and has an impact on the environment. Do we have a more general picture, a more detailed picture, or is that just part of the preconditions?
It is part of a condition that the local lead flood authority have requested.
And then the next one really was about, in the preconditions, about truck noise. There's nothing about truck noise. And for example, white noise, when bleeping, when trucks are reversing, etc., because there's been an awful lot of truck activity. And the noise, I should imagine, would travel quite significantly in that particular area, that type of valley area.
I think the construction period is limited. The Construction Environment Management Plan, so the SEMP condition, asks for hours of construction activities, including deliveries, things like that, to make sure they're carried out in a sort of a reasonable daytime period. Our Environmental Health Department have asked for noise assessments on the actual ongoing operation of the solar farm, so by way of the infrastructure, the inverters, to make sure that the background noise and the inverters, so the whatever noise might be generated from the inverters isn't significantly above the background noise. So that is something that has been requested by our environmental health team. But the construction operations are what they are. They're a temporary activity.
I think just to add to that, Councillor Dennis, I think we've had occasions in the past where we've asked for significant amounts of information by a construction management plan, and it's not always easy to enforce them, particularly if it's elements that are outside of the application site itself. So I think we just need to be mindful of what's reasonable and what's enforceable. So I think that's why we've tried to take a proportionate approach in terms of the timescales of construction versus the requirements of the construction management plan. So I think we just have to be mindful about what we can enforce and not set expectations that may not be achievable in practice. Thank you.
Do you have any further questions?
I just need to tick off the ones I had.
Okay, could I just ask Councillor Potts, who's had his hand up some time? He was here before. I'll come to you in a moment, Paul. He was before you, sorry.
Okay, I'll keep this brief, Chairman. Thank you. In regards to BMV, grade 3B agricultural land can be included in the best and most versatile land designation in certain circumstances. This includes contextual importance. In specific local contexts, if higher grade land is limited, then due consideration needs to be given. This part of the lower world is made up of large swathes of grade 3B agricultural land or lower, and high grade land is indeed limited, or some might argue scarce. The land is critical for food production and future food security. The removal of such land as a result of extremely vague thresholds will have severe ramifications. Can I ask officers if these points have been duly considered? I know recent years have seen universal and unprecedented flooding, so its relevance on any designation must also be contextualised. Indeed, the very best land has been adversely affected by a heavy saturation, if not flooding also.
I think we're guided by the NPPF, which promotes, or it's sort of, just reading here.
In terms of what the NPPF says about best and most versatile agricultural land, it says that decisions should contribute to an enhanced natural and local environment by recognising the beauty of the countryside and the wider benefits from natural capital and ecosystem services, including the economic and other benefits of best and most versatile agricultural land. It doesn't put a prohibition on granting development on best and most versatile land. Now, a very detailed agricultural quality survey was submitted with the application that shows the weaknesses in the land, as my colleague has already explained, in terms of its waterlogging, in terms of the quality of the soils, etc. So as officers, we're satisfied that it does fall under 3B, and in any case, if elements, a judgment is made that some elements are 3A, that doesn't prohibit development. You just got to then consider the benefits of the development versus the loss of that land. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief as well. I have solar panels. They're rated at 3.6, whatever the unit is, but often on a sunny day they reach 3.9 or 4. So it brings back to the germane point of 49.9 versus 50. That still raises a question. My question is, or my concern is, looking at paragraph 6.86, page 49, what assurances do officers have about the duration of the anti-glare / anti-glint coating, and will it last the life of the solar panels? So I think we should beef up condition 13 for details of the anti-glare tint, its durability, and have a requirement to maintain it at all times if we decide to proceed with this application. I think that condition needs to be beefed up, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would propose that.
Yeah, we can add that. Just as far as I'm aware, the anti-glare coating is should last the lifetime of the panels.
thank you, but we don't know that for a fact, I don't think.
We'll come back to that point, councillor Clark. Councillor, I'll come back to you in a moment, councillor Dennis. Councillor Noel.
Thank you, Chairman. Following on from Councillor Potts' observations about grades of farmland, obviously grade 1 and 2 are very good farmland. Just so I can get an idea of what 3B is, how many different grades are there? I mean, does it go from 1 to 10, 1 to 20, or 1 to 3?
There are 5 grades overall, of which grade 3 is split into A and B, as you say, and the vast majority of our district is classified as grade 3.
Right. So the loss of farmland is going to be significant in terms of food production, because if it's mid-range, then just below mid-range, but obviously it is productive from a food point of view. Will it be the same after 40 years of having solar panels on it? Do we know that? Do we have any? We don't have any experience, obviously, but can we project what the state of the land will be in 40 years' time?
The solar panels, as I understand, Councillor, are staked into the ground, so they don't require significant underground infrastructure, foundations, etc. So they are fairly straightforward to remove, which leaves the quality of the land intact. Clearly, obviously, we haven't had a situation where we've had solar panels granted 40 years ago that are now to be removed. But the point is, the assessment there is that they are capable of being removed. And I think the proof is in the pudding with the number of solar farms that are popping up across the country, including in our district itself. In terms of just the overall quality of the land, as I said, the vast majority of the district is grade 3 land. Very small pockets are grade 2, and smaller pockets still are grade 4 and 5. So I think my colleague said that as a proportion of the agricultural land in the district, this is around 1% or that's being lost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could just follow on with another question then, please. The environment obviously is very important. The reason we are having solar panels is to help protect the environment. The wildlife I have concerns about, and the loss of wildlife. I understand that there's many amphibians in the area because it's, as you've already commented, there's a lot of flooding there. Have we undertaken a study into what's going to happen to all the biodiversity that's in the area?
The applicant has submitted an ecological report which has been assessed by our ecological consultant. In response to the great crested newts, that has gone to Nature Space, who are our district licensee for great crested newt habitat. So they've imposed conditions regarding mitigation, habitat mitigation, so that the development will be subject to appropriate mitigations for great crested newt. And insofar as wildlife or ecological impact, our ecologist is satisfied that the submitted information demonstrates no adverse impact on wildlife. So it has been assessed and has been assessed by our consultants.
I understand that birdlife sometimes mistake fields of solar panels for water and end up flying into them. I'm a bit concerned that we're going to lose Knepp's stork colony because they're all going to crash into the panels thinking they're water. Have we undertaken studies about the bird life in the area?
It's generally speaking, the ecological impact you consider is in terms of on the site itself. I think we have to recognise here that we've got specialist trained qualified ecologists who have submitted the surveys and those that have considered the impacts, and we have to consider protected wildlife in terms of those impacts. And obviously they've looked in detail at the report submitted. and both through Nature Space and our consultant ecologists have recommended conditions which, in addition to the proposal, mitigates against the impact of the development. I think we you know, if we're to raise concerns, we really need to have an evidence base in which we could substantiate those concerns. I think we have the details from our specialists, and so I think it's whilst there might be general concerns about impact on development, that's not substantiated by the evidence submitted and the consultation responses we've received. So I think we're satisfied that the impact is acceptable from an ecological point of view. Thank you.
Okay, just one last question then. Is the surface of these going to be reflective of light, or will there be a matte finish to the panels?
Sorry, I think we've had that question earlier, councillor.
Oh, did we? Sorry.
I thought
Finally,
that was your
then,
last
sorry,
question, councillor Knowles. Sorry.
Is this my last question? I've had my last question.
No, okay, have you one more question?
Okay, one more question. Okay. The environmental report states that there's been a rearrangement to decrease the harm to the listed buildings in the area, but the environmental report says the proposal remains not inconsequential. So if it's not inconsequential, does that mean there's going to be consequential harm to the listed buildings as a result of this field?
Thank you. I think our heritage officers recognise the impact on the listed building, notably the clock house. But their assessment is that the removal of all the moving panels away from that eastern boundary of the clock house would lessen the impact. However, they still say that there's a less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale.
I think
Yes, I think we've heard that phrase before. Thank you.
just to clarify, I think we have to recognise with any scheme that there will be impacts. You know, and when, you know, a less than substantial at the lower end of scale is quite a low impact on a listed building, but we have to recognise there is one. But obviously the officer's view is there are significant benefits to the scheme that override that, and that's part of the planning balance exercise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will come to you in a moment, Councillor Dennis, but I'll Councillor Mark Batham.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, these decisions are all about balancing the benefits against the adverse impacts. And we've heard one of the adverse impacts as being around loss of food production and the impact that has on food security. And that's been raised by more than one person. On the other side of the coin, we have the benefit of green energy. But one benefit that may not have been suggested is, while you have food security on one side, you also have energy security, which is a key consideration nationally. Now, is that something that would be a material factor in coming to a decision here?
Yes, and the general kind of national policy position and locally our own local kind of climate emergency, etc., all material to those benefits of the scheme. So my view is, yes, that as part of that general picture, then that could be a material consideration.
Councillor Dennis, did you want to?
Yes, I was going to follow up from Councillor Knowles' comment about the landscape and about the Grade 2 listed, which is already said, but I was also going to talk about the open nature and the views. And I see there's been changes to the original plans so that users of PROW 1757 can enjoy better views. But what about those people driving along the 272? The 272 is one of the most beautiful routes in the country. And as you follow it all the way from Winchester through over to East Sussex, I have to say, as you drive that section through Cowfold, and the views down to St Hugh's are absolutely stunning. And as I used to drive home, it used to be one of my favourite views of all times. Devastated it would be by this. So I don't quite understand how we can say that is not impacted.
I was trying to find a photo. The land levels drop to the south of the A272. So there's just under a metre, I reckon, from doing the site visit. between the ground level and the fields and the road level. As you can see at the top, rather grey, gloomy looking photo there, the hedgerows maintained between 1.5 and 2 metres alongside that road. Yes, you can catch glimpses. There's a particular view corridor which kind of cuts in at, is it parcel 10? But given the ground levels at that particular field side, you would still, as far as we've assessed, be able to see over the panels towards St Hugh's. There have been panels moved away from the northern side of that field to give you a little bit more separation there. So the panels aren't immediately butting up to that hedgerow. They're set a little bit further into the field. Perhaps, if I go back to the original site plan, you can just about see where that little blue area on panel parcel 10. So the panels have been pushed further south. So they're set away from that potential view corridor there. By the time you get to parcel 8, you can't really see St Hugh's. It really is from parcel 10 where you get the views across. So that's why we feel that the amendments have sought to address the potential view and have adequately addressed those concerns. Thank you.
Depends on what you're driving.
Councillor Mill.
Thank you, Chairman. It's one of the great ironies that we've got two strong environmental imperatives, one to get renewable energy, one to protect landscape and views and farming. So we have contradictory desires and objectives, both of which are fantastic, but we have to trade off. But there's a few comments I'd like to make in relation to things that have been said earlier. The first is that this does not provide a precedent to be a brownfield site. At the end of the 40 years, it returns, that is the end of the contract, and it returns to agriculture. That is it. It's not a precedent. The same applies to the battery farm application at when that comes in. Secondly, it is believed that the soil will actually improve with the 40-year absence of farming, because soil is depleted by excess farming over a long period of time. So it's a serious issue which has been raised for many decades now, that we actually could do with letting land lie fallow. It's obviously not practical to do it on a normal basis. So the evidence is as much that the soil is likely to improve, certainly not that it would disimprove. Another key issue is that there are not many places that you can actually connect to the grid. The grid capacity is a problem, and unfortunately, that is the reason for most of the planning permissions that are held up around the country. The grid capacity is very hard to get. This is a place where there is capacity and they can connect. So it is a reason in favour of this location versus others. Overall, as has been described, it actually gives a surprising amount of households, more than a quarter of the entire district from this area. I personally was amazed to discover how many homes you can power from relatively little land. And I've seen quoted that if we put 2% of the entire country's land to solar energy, it would actually power national households, which is astonishing to me. So yes, there's a trade-off, yes, there's a loss, but I am pushed to see that any other site wouldn't have the same problems or more, and most of them could not connect to the grid anyway, and in any case, they're not an actual application sitting in front of us. So while I understand why people might regret the loss of views, etc., is an issue, I am minded to vote in favour of it because the benefit outweighs the loss, which is the thing we're supposed to judge today. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trollope.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a very brief point. Following on from Councillor Knowles' point about the loss of farmland, and also a little bit to what Councillor Nunn was also discussing. In my view, we have We have perhaps, I see it at the community larder every, the Wednesdays when I go visit it in Billingshurst. We have a surplus of food in this country. We throw away a lot of food, yet we don't have a surplus of renewable energy. And I think that this is a temporary use of the land. I think I do think that land being fallow, I learned this in grade school, it does improve the quality of the soil. So with that, I'm also going to be minded to vote in favour of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Croker.
Thank you, Chair. In comparison with other large sites that I'm aware of, this one is what might be referred to as a diverse nature. That means that there's going to be quite a few megawatts going between fields. Do we know if the cabling will be underground or overground? Because I'd certainly prefer underground for various reasons. Apologies if that is buried somewhere in here and I've missed it. Thank you.
It is underground cabling to the grid connection point, which is just on the south there of the screen, but it's underground cabling.
For the whole site?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark, you were proposing an amendment to condition number 13. Could you read that again so we can capture that?
Right, Chairman, let me just find it. Basically, that in the condition it should require that details of the anti-glare tint, its durability, be given, and that to ensure that it is maintained at all times for the life cycle of this solar farm, if it is approved.
Stress this is an amendment to the condition. Do I have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Potts, yeah. All those in favour of that amendment? Against? Any abstentions? Okay. So that amendment proposed by Councillor Clark has been passed. Okay. Now to vote on the recommendation to approve planning permission, subject to the conditions listed in the committee report. Therefore, as I propose on this application, those for.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mention that. So, all those in favour? All those against? All those who abstain?
Okay, so we have 11 for, 4 against, 1 abstention. So therefore the application has been approved, subject to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for members, we will be moving straight on to the next application. There will be no break at this point. Thank you.
Right.
Sorry. Okay, moving on to item number 7. It's DC 220695, which is Woodman's Farm, London Road, Ashington. Please could the officer present the application to the committee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this has returned to Planning Committee following the resolution to approve the application subject to a legal agreement in January of 2023. The application has returned following the receipt of an appeal decision for the earlier refused application at the site under DC 21-1756, and this is a new material consideration of significant weight. So the inspector dismissed the appeal on the grounds of the previous refusal reasons, whereas outlined within paragraphs 6.1 to 6.12 of the committee report, the planning inspector considered that there was potential for noise and disturbance to nearby residents arising from plant and equipment necessary for the use, and considered that the use would likely generate a high frequency of movements and cause noise and disturbance to residents. The inspector noted that no noise assessment, delivery plan or waste management plan had been submitted, and concluded that in the absence of such assessment and any suggested mitigation measures, it could not be concluded that the use would not have an unacceptable, harmful effect on living conditions of neighbouring properties. The inspector also raised concerns with the effect on highway safety, where it could not be concluded that there would be no conflict with other users of the access and public bridleway. Insufficient information had also been submitted to carry out an appropriate assessment with regard to water neutrality. When submitted, the current application was accompanied by a noise assessment, which included suggested mitigation measures along with an updated water neutrality statement, and these were considered at the Planning Committee in January of 2023. The inspector did not have sight of either the noise assessment or water neutrality statement when making their decision. Following the appeal decision, the applicant has submitted a statement on the appeal conclusions and further traffic and delivery information, and this has provided clarity on vehicle sizes and numbers, as well as delivery dispatch hours and waste management. Conditions were previously recommended to secure hours of operation, hours of delivery dispatch, and the submission of further details through a delivery collection and service management plan and a waste management plan. These remain unchanged from those considered at the Planning Committee in January of 2023 and are considered to address potential amenity issues. So just going through the details of the application. The application site, as represented by the red outline and shading, is located to the east of the A24, outside of any defined built-up area boundary, and is therefore within the countryside in policy terms. The wider site comprises a number of agricultural buildings located immediately to the south of the subject building, with a cluster of converted barns now used as residential dwellings located 30 metres to the southwest. Several other residential properties are located to the north of the track and adjacent to the access entrance. So here's the aerial photograph showing the location of the site within the context of surrounding properties and the wider countryside. The application site would be accessed from the existing entrance off the A24, with the site plan indicating that the access tract, which passes between the residential dwellings and agricultural buildings, would be utilised by the development. Alterations are made to the track, with the portion between the residential properties and agricultural buildings resited further to the east. The track is widened to the north to provide a turning head, with parking proposed to the northeastern corner of the building. The appeal decision raised concerns with vehicle movements and potential conflict with users of the public right-of-way, and following consultation with West Sussex County Council Public Rights of Way team, it is advised that it is not unusual for public and private rights to coexist, and the development does not represent a significant change in traffic size, type or level when compared to the agricultural use. No objections have therefore been raised by the Public Rights of Way team. The development has involved limited external alterations to the subject building, with internal works undertaken to provide the necessary areas for the operation, which includes processing areas for birds and venison, freezer and chiller spaces, and staff mess accommodation. A noise assessment was submitted alongside the application, and this was considered by the Planning Committee in January of 2023. This outlines that the dominant noise source is the A24, which passes to the west of the site and is audible from the application site and entrance. The noise associated with the development is impacted by this existing noise source, and the assessment outlines that this noise, which is caused by vehicle traffic to and from the application site, would be no greater than the noise experienced from road traffic using the A24, and concludes that the development is unlikely to have a significant impact on the soundscape. The assessment does identify that the external plant, as shown by the blue arrows on the floor plan, has the potential to result in disturbance, and sound attenuation measures have been suggested to overcome this. These sound attenuation measures include physical enclosures to the plant, changes to the condenser loading, and running a defrost period so that the refrigeration unit would be dormant overnight. As before, conditions requiring the submission of further details regarding these measures is recommended at condition 4, and a verification report is also recommended. These conditions address previous concerns as well as those of the planning inspector, with other conditions as previously recommended relating to hours of operation and deliveries considered reasonable to ensure that there is no unacceptable impact to neighbouring residential properties. So this photo just shows the context of the site, including the relationship with the nearest residential properties, as marked. The appeal decision noted that insufficient information had been submitted to carry out an appropriate assessment with regard to water neutrality. The application, when submitted, was accompanied by an updated water neutrality statement, and this was considered by the Planning Committee in January of 2023. This identifies the water demand arising from the development and proposes off-site mitigation measures through the installation of flow restrictors to taps within these 4 dwellings, as well as a 5th dwelling not shown on the photo to the south of the site. The freehold of these properties all fall under the same ownership. This approach was deemed acceptable by Planning Committee, and subject to the completion of a legal agreement was considered appropriate. Nothing has changed at this time, and it is therefore considered that the proposal would be water neutral. So as I outlined, the application has returned to Planning Committee following the receipt of that appeal decision. The Planning Inspector did not consider the noise assessment and updated water neutrality submitted in support of the current application, and this information is considered acceptable and was considered acceptable by Planning Committee in January of 2023. The appeal decision does not therefore contradict the previous resolution in this regard. Further clarity has subsequently been provided with regard to vehicle movements where the Public Rights of Way team do not consider that these would conflict or harm users of the public highway. And on the basis of this information, it is considered that sufficient information has been provided to demonstrate that no conflict with public highway users would arise. As before, conditions are recommended to ensure that the development would operate appropriately and would not adversely impact the amenity of residential properties or users of the public bridleway, and the finalised legal agreement will secure the water reduction measures in perpetuity, and this legal agreement has been drafted and is ready for completion. For these reasons, it is considered that the development is acceptable in accordance with the relevant development plan policies and subject to conditions as listed within the committee report and the Section 106 agreement. Is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I invite the first public speaker, Alan Hepworth, please? And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Councillors, the planning inspector refused this very development on multiple grounds. The starting point is that the officers themselves say that this development is unacceptable. They say it only becomes acceptable if a whole raft of conditions are complied with. If the inspector had thought conditions made the development acceptable, he'd have said so. He didn't. Yet the officers now recommend conditions requiring the applicant to produce exactly the same plans, word for word, to those they required 17 months ago. The applicant has produced none of those plans since. If they had, there'd be no need for the conditions now. They've just carried on their business without permission for over 2 years now, without regard to any of the conditions deemed necessary to make this development acceptable. I'm afraid that by simply repeating the conditions of 17 months ago, the officers are just passing the buck onto the local residents. They're condemning the local residents to endless enforcement battles to ensure that all the things that even the officers say are necessary to make this development acceptable are actually done. That makes the conditions patently unreasonable and in breach of the NPPF. It makes them ultra vires. And just one further point. The inspector found that the benefits of this business could be achieved, and I quote him, in other less harmful ways. The officers have ignored that finding altogether. There are plenty of sites in Sussex for this business that are not slap bang next door to a residential community. I urge you please not to ignore what the inspector said. I urge you please to refuse this development, as the inspector did, on the basis that it's simply the wrong site for this business.
Thank you. Could I ask Raina Smith, please?
Traffic. I live just 30 yards from the applicant's barn. The planning inspector was concerned about the applicant's failure to address what the local residents had recorded about the traffic generated by the applicant's business. The committee report completely ignores all our evidence of what the site's traffic is actually like. The report doesn't even mention that evidence. I know what the traffic is like. I've had to put up with it right outside my door for the last 2 years. On traffic volume, I've personally counted up to 50 traffic movements to and from the barn a day that far and away exceeds the maximum volume that the applicants pretend by threefold. On type of traffic, the committee report doesn't even mention the traffic generated by the retail customers that regularly come and go to buy meat from the applicant at the site. It doesn't mention the HGVs visiting the site that plainly concerned the planning inspector. And the applicant's traffic is entirely additional to the farm's traffic. That farm traffic continues exactly as it has throughout the 11 years that I've lived there. The planning inspector knew the traffic generated by the applicant's business, its impact on the local residents and on safety is critical to this application. He knew you cannot simply ignore the evidence of the local residents about the traffic. Yet that is precisely what the committee report has done. And that traffic is horrendous, far worse than the applicant wants you to believe. If the amenity of the local residents is of any concern at all, on traffic grounds alone, I urge you, like the planning inspector, to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marion Nash, please.
The officers make much in their report of the conditions limiting the hours of use of the site, yet the identical hours of use conditions were proposed by the officers in the application that the planning inspector rejected. He didn't think the conditions limiting the hours of use made the proposed use acceptable. Nothing has changed to make them acceptable now. Critically, the officers don't tell you in their report what the applicant themselves say regarding the hours of use conditions. They say, and I quote, "The conditions presented in the planning conditions are unworkable. The conditions presented in the planning conditions are unworkable." Why do they say that? Because the nature of their business requires them to work at the site Saturday afternoons and Sundays. So they can't run their business effectively if subjected to the time limits the planners say are necessary. You'll all know that for a planning condition to comply with the NPPF, it must be reasonable. The government guidance on what is reasonable could have been written with this case in mind. It says, "It would be unreasonable to restrict the hours during which a use may be carried out to such an extent as to make it impossible for the occupier to run the business properly. If a permission could be given only subject to unreasonable conditions, then it will be necessary to refuse the permission altogether." That is exactly this case. The applicant says it cannot run its business properly if subjected to the time of use conditions. Those conditions are therefore plainly unreasonable to the applicant because they're too restrictive, and hence permission should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrew Aldrich, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the planning committee members who visited the site to see exactly what the business is and what it's all about. Of course, notwithstanding Clarkson's clause today, there's not really much more that can be said about the previous submissions. Each time it's been recommended for approval by the case officer. In regards to the traffic issues brought up by the earlier couple, we have documentary evidence filmed, unbeknown to me, filmed on the site from January to March. At the heaviest period, it was 4.45 traffic movements a day, and the quiet period, which is now 2.15 movements a day. There really is nothing to be said about this. If you've all read the planning statement, the case officer sums it up very succinctly in 6.36 of the committee report. We're all lucky to live in an area like this, a beautiful part of the countryside. And this company, along with other small companies that act in the background, play an important part in the cog of our countryside husbandry, if you like. I would ask the committee to refer to the facts that's been provided for you, and not the strange suppositions and hearsay provided by the opponents of the application. To remind the new planning committee now, it's my third time here, the ramifications of this application not succeeding does not bear thinking about in terms of the sporting and gaming use in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I invite John Goring, please, to...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking in my capacity as a farmer and a resident of Woodman Parish, not as a member of Woodman Parish Council. There's clearly a need for this facility in the locality. Herds of wild deer in excess of 500 are often seen within the Partridge Green area, and they have a devastating effect on agriculture. The need is borne out by letters and emails of support for the applicant from Horsham District Council, Economic Development, Natural England, the South Downs National Park Authority, and the British Association of Shooting and Conservation have all supported this facility and this application, together with approximately 104 other written letters and emails of support to the District Council. The Highways Authority wrote on the 24th of the 1st, 23, there were no transport grounds to resist the proposal. On the 13th of the 6th, 22, the government published its white paper on the National Food Strategy, where it clearly states to look to increase the use of responsibly sourced venison, which would otherwise have been disposed of. I worked for 30 years as a neighbour next to Chanctonbury Game when they were at North Farm down the road from where they are now. I know the business well. It's a family business run extremely efficiently by Mr. Skeet. Being a food business, the buildings both inside are immaculately kept. There is no smell at any time and there is minimal noise. The business is having to relocate due to the SDNPA together with the Horsham District Council allowing a large development on the 3-hectare site at North Farm. The road that leads from the A24 to the farm buildings is approximately 225 metres in length, is designed to take all traffic. Large modern farm machinery, horse boxes, cattle trucks. There are 2 purpose-built passing ways on the south side. And let's not forget that there's a very, very busy truck road next door, so any noise would be offset by the overrunning hum of the A24. Some members of the committee might find the culling of deer a difficult concept. However, we have in the south an increasing population.
Could you bring your presentation to a conclusion,
which is not only damaging agriculture but creating huge losses, but also the large deer population have a huge impact on nature recovery, natural regeneration and healthy woodland habitats. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Could I invite Kevin Heath, please, to me?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm employed as a gamekeeper on a local estate and use Chanctonbury game throughout the year, both for my feathered game and deer. We have our own chiller on the estate, so the deer and pheasants that we shoot are held there until I have enough to bring to Chanctonbury processing plant. The idea is, with Anthony's help, is to try and minimise the number of journeys I make and also other gamekeepers and wildlife managers make. As part of our woodland management plan, which is signed off by Natural England and the Forestry Commission, I have to cull 100 deer. They need a place to be processed. A local estate near to here has a woodland plan also signed off by Natural England. They have to shoot 600 deer within the space of a year, which might seem distasteful to some. But however, it is part of the government's green initiative encouraging our profession to cull more and more deer because of their environmental impact. Only this morning, I had a phone call from a lady who is having terrible trouble with deer destroying her garden. It is a very, very large garden, I have to say. We desperately need this processing plant to stay open. If I shoot them for her, what else are we supposed to do with them? Put them into landfill? So it isn't just deer that I take into the processing plant. Our pheasants also end up there to be oven readied and put into the food chain. It is a very important aspect of our wildlife management industry. So please, seriously take this into consideration when you take your vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the committee for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mary Leppard, please. And you have 5 minutes.
The Parish Council has been concerned from the start that the applicant site is being used for retail sales. The planning inspector was also concerned about this. He said the applicant had not addressed the evidence that individual customers collecting goods would increase the volume of traffic to and from the site. Those concerns have not been addressed in the committee report. Indeed, the committee report does not even mention retail sales. This gives rise to 2 major concerns. First, the facts. The applicant is openly carrying out retail business at the site. On their website, the applicant possibly encourages the public to visit the site to buy goods. On their Visit Us page, they say, "We are open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m, Saturday 9 a.m. to 12 p.m, and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. The Saturday afternoon time is outside the hours of use permitted by the time of use conditions required by the officers. And it is not just selling game that they are doing. Their website invites the public to come and buy things like stuffing mix, chutneys, cranberry sauce. These are not very occasional sales. This is a proper retail business. It generates a lot of traffic to and from the site. Plenty of evidence of that has been provided to the officers, yet none of that traffic is mentioned in their committee report. The applicant's retail business at the site is a blatant breach of all the condition that the sale should only be used for game processing, preparation, packaging and packaging. That is a major concern to the parish council. Second, enforceability. When we were last here, January 2023, the head of planning said that the game processing only condition would not be breached if resale sales were, and I quote her words, very occasional only. What does very occasionally mean? Does it mean once a week, or once a month, or once a year? How is a condition allowing very occasional retail sales ever possibly enforceable? And if it is not enforceable, it does not comply with the requirements of the National Planning Policy Framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So just to come back on some of the points, it's just to highlight that the inspector's conclusions were based upon no information being provided. So as I said, the inspector didn't have sight of the additional information that formed part of this application when it was submitted, so that being the noise assessment and the updated water neutrality statement. There has been clarification in terms of vehicle types and vehicle movements, which is kind of evaluated within the committee report, and it's deemed that based upon, again, consultation with public rights of way, it wouldn't result in a intensification beyond the agricultural activities being taking place that would be harmful. In terms of the conditions that are being recommended, now those are considered to meet the 6 tests within the MPPF. They are considered reasonable and necessary, and they are considered enforceable. At this point in time, the premises is operating without planning permission, so there are no conditions in place to limit the type of activities being undertaken, the hours of operation, deliveries, those kind of things, and the conditions are there to secure limitations in that regard in order to address concerns with amenity impact for the nearest residential properties. So just to kind of go through them, condition 11 within the report limits hours of operation. Condition 10 limits the use to processing, preparation and packaging only. And there are other conditions about deliveries, as well as seeking those sound attenuation measures to limit impact on neighbouring properties further. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Local ward members, Councillor Circus.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a retrospective application. I think that needs to be said. because that's relevant to some of the comments that were made. Personally, I find it very hard to understand, given the history of this application, given the circumstances of it, given the inspector's report, which was quite damning, I cannot understand why we're looking at a report today in which the officers recommend approval. First of all, it's important to remember that this is an existing farm which has operated on this basis on the current basis, as long as local residents can remember. The Chanctonbury game operation is additional. It's not a substitute for the existing farm. It's an addition. Water neutrality. Now, much is made of the idea that this was stabling for racehorses that went off to Newmarket and went off to Epsom and so forth. I can only tell you that local residents tell me that is simply not true. That they, sorry, Chairman, do you want to? Simply not true, and that it was only used for stabling of horses from the farmer. Now, what did the inspector say? Well, if you look at page 73, you see, for example, that the inspector advises at paragraph 11 that there is significant potential for noise disturbance to nearby residents arising from the plant and equipment necessary for use. That still stands. Remember, this has been the same operation throughout. This is the same operation that was the basis for the inspector's report. Nothing fundamentally has changed. The officers admit that on its own, this application is just profoundly unacceptable. What they think makes it acceptable is the long list of conditions. And the point was made that these issues, you'll see throughout, it says within 3 months, within 1 month. As if this is a retrospective application, these issues could have been addressed in order to satisfy us as a committee that they were capable of being addressed. They weren't. But you know, Chairman, the worst is if we look at page 81 and the supposed regulatory condition, it's been touched on that the premises hereby permitted shall be used for the processing, preparation and packaging of game meat only, and for no other purpose. Now, yesterday, the officer told me that retail sales were ancillary and therefore acceptable. The head of development told me that it was de minimis. And I've actually got the transcript here of the committee, of the comments I made and Emma made on the 24th of January, 2023. If you did something every now and then, very occasionally, you wouldn't fundamentally change the use of a building or what you're doing. Now, I've actually printed out here what is on the website. And what you'll see on the website, visit us today. We're open. What do you think this is for? Do you think this is for London business customers? Of course it isn't. Do you think this is for restaurateurs? No. This is for retail sales. Now, when we went yesterday, Chairman, and you'll remember this, there was evidence of well, I expect you picked up some. There was a whole panoply of recipes. Who do you think they are for? Are they for restaurateurs? Are they for the London meat market? No, of course they're not. The fact is, there is a significant retail operation. It is designed to be a significant retail operation. And I'm afraid to try and dismiss it as de minimis is simply wrong. This condition, Chairman, is invalid. It is unenforceable. I hate to use the expression that we've been lied to by the applicant, but let's just say the applicant has not exactly been open and honest in the picture that has been presented to officers. And that was obvious, I think, apart from anything else yesterday.
Sorry, could I hold that thought,
Yes.
councillor Chrispin?
I think it's useful for me to clarify at this point. I think we are considering the planning application before us, not what they're actually doing on site at the moment. So they're not applying for a retail use. Now, if a retail use is operating, then that's something that can be investigated as a separate matter. Now, as I said, it is a matter of fact and degree, as I said, it's a matter of fact and degree as to whether planning permission is required and that a change of use occurs. That's with any case. You know, it's not just, I'm not talking about this particular building. It will always be a matter of fact and degree. How much is it used for this or that, as to where the balance tips as to whether a change of uses occurs. That's just a general planning matter. I think it's, we don't have the information before us to make an assessment, and that is not the planning application before us, as to whether a retail use is operating or not. That's not what it's being applied for. Now, if in the event that permission will be granted and it was considered that, you know, that balance has been tipped and therefore a retail use is occurring, then that's a matter that could be considered as part of an enforcement investigation and as a change of use is occurring. So I think we just have to be mindful. I appreciate when you have a retrospective application, you're conscious of what's happening on site, but the application before us, the description of development is not for a retail use. So we do have to determine the application that's before us based on what they've applied for. If it turns out they're doing something different, then that essentially the matter has to revert back to our planning enforcement team to investigate. So I think we just need to be mindful of what the application is for, and I can understand why you're raising those comments, councillor Serkis, but I think it's we just have to be mindful of the description of development. Thank you.
You know, Chairman, this is supposed to be a planning committee, but I sort of feel as if I've wandered in to a production of Alice in Wonderland. This is absolute nonsense.
Sorry.
This is absolute nonsense. In a previous meeting, I said these conditions. Can I just finish, Chairman?
Not if you're going to be expressing things in that way.
Well, I've said all I wanted to say on that. It was just a humorous way of saying that I think there's a... Well, as I said in a previous meeting, Chairman, I think there was a case at that time of the triumph of hope over experience. I think what we now have is the triumph of fantasy over experience. Do you really think, in your wildest imagination, that if we had passed this application, that these retail sales, which undoubtedly will grow, are suddenly going to be terminated? I'm sorry, Chairman, that's for the birds, and it needs to be said.
Yeah, but can I remind you that we're not here to make statements. We're here to ask questions of the officers, not make statements. Okay? So I can remind you and other members here this evening, we are here to ask questions around the application to help us make a decision on that application, not to make statements that are not material to the decision that we are considering.
A point of order, I've never understood the role of the planning committee from a ward member's point of view than anything other than an opportunity for members to express their views about the application. The idea that we're only allowed to sit here and ask questions is certainly completely alien to my experience of planning committees. And I've sat on this one since 2007. I sat on a previous one in another local authority. And I've never come across the idea that the role of this committee is just to ask questions and not to pass comments on what we're being presented with in terms of a report and an officer recommendation, and to comment on the speeches made by those who've given evidence. Sorry, Chairman, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding there.
Thank you, Councillor Serkis. Councillor, I'll come to you in a moment, but ward councillors first. Councillor Schroller. Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. Whilst I'm sympathetic to the trade itself in terms of the fact that we do need places which will deal with the nature of game production, I'm not minded to vote in favour of this particular application in light of the inspector's previous report. And I echo many of the sort of comments that my fellow councillor has made today. I just don't understand why we're really looking at it. Thank you.
I'd like to remind members that the appeal that went before is based on the facts that we had then, and there have certainly been new additions since then, and to fail to recognise those is not to give this application your due consideration. You're required to do so when you reach your decision.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. So I do have a question, but I first wanted to just say that I as a vegetarian, I don't have problems with deer being culled, because I know from first hand what damage they do to the environment. I do, however, have a lot of problem with up to 57 million pheasants being released into our environment and 13 million partridges. So there's a kind of balance there in terms of, you know, pluses and minuses. But I have a question specifically, which is the retail use could grow in many ways, and I know it's not before us, but clearly there seems to be quite a lot of evidence that there is. Is it possible to put a condition on this application to prohibit retail sales?
If members felt that was reasonable and necessary and met the tests of planning conditions, then yes, it is within the remit of committee to add a condition saying that there should not be any retail sales. But we just need to be mindful, and if I can just read the test to you, I had it up here, bear with me a second. Oh, I've got it, it's right. So to add a condition on, they need to be necessary, relevant to planning, relevant to the development, enforceable, precise and reasonable in all other respects. So if members felt restricting retail sales met those tests, then that, as a decision maker, that is something you can consider. Thank you.
Councillor Trollope.
Thank you, Chairman, and apologies, I forgot that. So, I have had the pleasure previously of going to Chantry Farm in Billingshurst, where they sell all sorts of pork and pork products, and it's delicious. I mean, it's the best pork I've ever had in my life, and I'm a little bit surprised that members are sitting with the Conservatives. They celebrate, or tell me they celebrate.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you there, Councillor Trollope?
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make the point that we want to celebrate country life. You know, this is the country life is dying, and we want to try to preserve it. This is it's just a normal part of the living in the countryside, that you have this sort of meat processing to go on, and we need it locally. And I suppose my question is, if I have to formulate this as a question, is what's the difference between this and Chantry Farm in Billingshurst? It's the same thing. There's a little bit of retail sales, but it's otherwise innocuous, in my opinion. And my apologies, I've forgotten the point of order as well.
Any other questions or points? Councillor Clark.
About this retail sale thing, regulated, condition number 10, regulated condition, reads basically, premises hereby is permitted to be used for processing, preparation, and packaging game meat sui generis only and for no other purpose. No other purpose, is that precise enough to exclude the retail element?
I think this goes back to the fact, sorry, councillor Seckers, but this does go back to the fact and degree point here. I think if members wanted to be explicit and say no retail, then there is an opportunity to do that as part of condition 10 if you felt that that was necessary. I think without that, there is that element of you could do a little bit and it doesn't fundamentally change the use or conflict with that condition. Obviously, if you wanted to make it explicit, then I think there is an opportunity to tighten that condition if that's what members wish to do.
So to tighten it, the condition would say also no other purpose and no retail sales, I guess is what you're saying.
Yes. Yes,
including.
Yeah.
Come back to it in a moment. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst we're talking about conditions, I just want to clarify condition 11, which says the premises shall not be open for trade or business. Does that assume retail, that trade or business? Does that mean retail as well? What does that mean?
Our view has always been that it because they're sort of dispatching from the site and deliveries, the trade would be them taking it to market as opposed
So
to
it doesn't
trade from
include
the premises.
retail then? No, okay. So we need to, do we need to put
there is
a proposal for?
Sorry, we do have Councillor Clark. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
You had a proposal.
Sorry, Chairman, I was
No, it's okay.
saying that if he wants to address the issue, he needs to make a proposal to amend the condition, is all I was saying.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
Sorry,
Thank
for demure, all I would say is, and for no other purpose including retail sales.
Okay, and that is an amendment to condition number 10. Is that correct?
To help.
Do I have a seconder for that?
That's me.
All those in favour?
2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Councillor Circus, you've got your hand up. Sorry, I can't tell. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can you do that?
All those against? Any abstentions? So that amendment to condition 10 has been carried. Councillor, do you want to come back on that condition at all? 11.
Sorry, Chairman?
You mentioned about condition 11, the premises should not be open. You were talking about, does that cover the retail?
It does, yes, yeah.
Thank you. So we got your... Give that.
Yeah, I mean, very quickly, no need really, but I'm sympathetic to my colleagues' concerns about what may be, and of course the frustrations of retrospective applications, but this application as is provides so many benefits to our rural community, as many of the speakers have already covered. There are a plethora of conditions which cover many concerns, and they are indeed enforceable, so I am minded to support this application.
Thank you. Any final questions at all? Points? Councillor Circus, yes.
I'm wondering, and this is a question, I'm wondering, interestingly, we've gone from 3 months to 4 months for the legal agreement to be completed, which is probably sensible. I'm wondering, Chairman, whether there's any way this could be tightened up. Because so often the legal agreement is not completed within the period specified. In fact, when I spoke to Barbara Childs, I got the distinct impression it is almost never completed within what was 3 months, and here is 4 months. I'm wondering whether we could tighten this up and demand as a committee that the legal agreement is completed within 4 months, and not that the Director of Place will be authorised to refuse permission, but the Director of Place will refuse permission. I think the way these things have operated in the past has been somewhat lax, if I may say so. My inquiries have tended to back that up. I would feel much more, since we're going to rely on conditions and we're going to rely on this legal agreement, I think it's absolutely vital that we tighten up the provisions of the recommendation. Now, can I ask whether our legal friend can find some reason why that is not possible?
You've alluded to the fact that sometimes legal agreements are not completed within the timescale that we'd all like. A lot of the reason for that has been that sometimes applications have come in where water neutrality has not been secured or arrangements have fallen through. However, as you have heard, there are sufficient buildings in the ownership of the farm where offsetting measures can take place. We have a legal agreement that can secure those. It is ready to go. If you would like to propose something different, then you are quite at liberty to do so. I do not think that this will inconvenience the applicant, as I say, because we've made strides on that. It is already drafted.
Councillor Lewis.
Can I also ask the question that, in a sense, that you put into the ether yesterday on the site visit, was whether this could come back to committee, say in 3 months' time, to see whether, presumably, there'd be a recommendation to approve, subject to, etc. I know you were thinking out loud, but you suggested it could come back in 3 months to see basically whether what has been asked of the applicant has actually been fulfilled. Can I again ask our legal friend whether she can see any objection to that idea?
I think it's up to you to propose. I think it's up to members who wish to see amendments to what is on the agenda papers to propose what they would like to see instead. But you've already heard what the position is regarding the Section 106 agreement, which will secure water neutrality up on the site.
So does that mean the chairman's idea yesterday was a doable proposition, that we could recommend approval subject to the commitments being fulfilled? I mean, 3 months appears all the way through here, apart from 1 month, so that it comes back to committee for final sign-off, if you like, once we're satisfied that all the conditions have been complied with, given that I think there is some scepticism about the ability of the applicant to fulfil these conditions.
Councillor Circus, I think we just need to be mindful that the 4 months is not to discharge the condition. Well, the resolution in terms of the legal agreement is to sign the legal agreement. And as my colleague said, that's ready to go. And so whilst I think there's wider conversations around that specific wording, which I know you've already discussed with the Director of Place and director of place and I've discussed with the monitoring officer, there's wider discussions around how we deal with that wording going forward. On this particular application, as we've heard, the section 106 is ready to go, and you know, there is no concerns about it being signed in the imminent future if members proceed with the application here. In terms of the condition details themselves and the requirement to be submitted, it is entirely up to members in terms of how you wish to manage that. Obviously, on occasion, we have had conditions that are worded that say in consultation with local members. I wouldn't want that to be just a general thing, because obviously that's quite significant to consult members on every single condition. But obviously, if there are particular matters within the conditions that you're concerned with and would like to see, that's something that we could perhaps add to any particular condition. Thank you.
Well, what I'd like to do, Chairman, is propose wording that reflects the excellent idea that you, if I may say so, Chairman, trying to get back in your good books.
It's going to take a lot more than that, Councillor Circus.
The comments you made yesterday about whether it could come back in 3 months for sort of final sign-off, if you like, delegated with a view to approval, subject to the various conditions having been complied with. I don't know whether something like that's possible, Chairman.
I think, sorry, we're getting slightly off track here, but I did say yesterday to you, is there a way we can monitor these over that period of time? Not necessarily bringing them back to committee, but bringing it so that we are made aware that these conditions are in process and indeed have been signed off in that period of time. There is mechanism for doing that without bringing that to this committee.
I just clarify, Councillor Circus, that the proposal from officers is to grant permission subject to the conditions. So if you grant an application, you can't bring it back to committee because you're granting it, but those conditions still need to be complied with within a certain period of time. And as I've said, we can consult members on those when those details are submitted if you see fit. Obviously, in this case, the legal agreement, you know, if members are minded to approve it, the legal agreement would be signed very quickly. So I'm not sure what we would be bringing back in 3 months' time, because the legal agreement would be signed, the conditions would be dealt with as a separate matter. They're not the planning permission itself. So I'm not quite clear what you would be seeking to bring back within 3 months.
I'm beginning to think, Chairman, it would be best to have a straight vote on the recommendation. I have considerable doubt about the applicant complying with these conditions. And since it is the conditions that in a sense validate this application, and the officers do agree with that, because they've made that clear, it is these conditions that validate the application. I think and because I literally do not believe these conditions will be complied with, I think maybe the right answer is to go to a straight vote on the recommendation.
We will ensure that that this vote, we will be including the amendment condition 10. So that we will go to a vote on this particular application, and the recommendation is to approve planning permission subject to conditions listed in the committee report and signing of the 106 legal agreement. All those in favour?
Please, can you give clarity, Councillor Dennis? Are you saying you would? Okay, could we please all vote for now, please?
Jesus.
Yeah, I agree.
All those against? Any abstentions?
Okay, so we've had 15 votes for, 2 against and no abstentions. So the application has been approved subject to an amendment to condition 10 and the completion of a section 106 agreement. Thank you.
So just for members, we will be taking a 10-minute break. So could you return, please, by 8:05? Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. Item 8 on the agenda is DC 232144 Angel Sandpit Washington Road, Storrington. This is an amendment to a previous planning permission. Could I ask the officer to make their presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. The site is just over 1.5 hectare in area and lies behind the ribbon of housing that extends east out of Storrington, along Washington Road and Water Lane. So development on this site for a low-density residential scheme comprised of 4 self-built houses and 2 developer-built houses was previously approved under application reference DC 210057 in September 2021. And therefore remains extant. When considered previously at committee, it was noted that the site forms an allocated site for housing in the Storrington, Sullington and Washington Neighbourhood Plan, which was formally made in December 2019, and that the proposed low density development was therefore in accordance with local planning policies, including policy 2 of the Neighbourhood Plan. The approved site layout retains a 20-metre buffer zone to the northern SSI, which adjoins the site, which is Sullington Warren. So it's a site of scientific and, special site of, apologies. I'm so used to acronyms. Since approval was granted, a number of conditions have been discharged to that original consent. However, subsequently submitted DISC applications could not be positively determined on account of the CG Fry High Court ruling, which now requires consideration of water neutrality to be applied at the condition stages in some instances. So therefore, this Section 73 application, which seeks a material minor amendment to the original extant permission, would look to satisfy the water neutrality requirements. So the variation would demonstrate that the approved development would accord with water neutrality by way of water credits which are being made available from another landholding in the district, where a rainwater harvesting system provides for the drinking needs of a cattle farm, thus reducing their respective reliance on mains water. This then enables the application site to achieve a water neutral position. This would be secured by way of a legal agreement, as with other off-site water neutrality measures. The use of water credits have been accepted by Natural England and also on appeal by the Planning Inspectorate. And this off-site farm is providing credits for other developments, both in the district, in our district and in Chichester. Officers have reviewed the submitted details and the linked appeal decisions and agree that the offsetting site can comfortably demonstrate sufficient credits to offset the proposed water demands of this development. Other amendments to the originally consented scheme are also being sought by way of variations to the design and the layout of plots 1, 2 and 3. So the plan on screen in front of you shows what those changes are in terms of the layout of the site. So the blue outlines represent the approved footprints of the dwellings, and the black outlines beneath show the proposed site layout. So the variations are within the realms of the original consent that was granted. The proposal also keeps the 20-metre buffer zone to the SSI to the north without being encroached on. So other amendments to the originally consented scheme also include raising of ground levels, which is as a result of the contamination remediation strategy that involves importing clean soil to cap the underlying potential contaminants. However, final details of the contamination strategy are yet to be agreed, but we do have, as part of this application, the variation, we do know what those proposed finished floor levels are. So just to run through the approved and extant development on this site. So this was the envisaged plot 1 development. As you can see, it's a split level development that takes account of the site levels across the site, which slopes quite significantly from the west side down to the east side. The proposed amendments to plot 1, therefore, are broadly similar in terms of massing and style. Materials would be subject to approval at a later date as part of a condition. There's a new half level being introduced in this dwelling, but it echoes the originally approved split level design. You can see the outline here, the dotted red outline is the approved outline of the development. So there's one roof line which reduces in height, but another one which is furthest away from residential boundaries, which increases moderately over and above the consented scheme. This is the site of plot 1, and as you can see, this photo illustrates the site levels. Yes, there's been some excavation work carried out on site already, but it's quite helpful to show how the site is quite a sloping site. Plot 2 as approved, and as sorry, go back.
I'm just going to swap the tech over to stop it flashing. I'll go and switch the screens.
I know, it's my sticky hands. Right, okay, so this, once again, was the approved dwelling at plot 2. Again, utilising the sloping site to create a split level design, and the proposed design, which is a flat roof dwelling, still replicating the split level design. It's important to note that although the internal floor levels would increase, the overall building height would be lower than the ridge levels of the approved scheme. Plot 2 site as on site, again quite significant change in ground levels. Now plot 3 as approved, it was a cranked footprint, and the proposed design is more of a rectangular design with gable ends. Again, the red outline here, you can see in the top corner, represents the approved scheme. So the ground levels across the site would also be increased. In some areas it would stay the same as per the approved development, but there is an increase broadly across all of those plots, with about 300 mil, which is the height of this A4 piece of paper, being increased at plots 4, 5 and 6 along the southern side. Officers have looked at the variations that are being proposed, and I think we feel that they're broadly in accordance with the approved scheme, and therefore the proposed variations would be acceptable and wouldn't present any new issues over and above the matters that were originally considered and assessed when the first application was permitted. So therefore a number of conditions would remain relevant to the site and relevant to the development and would require discharge at their respective trigger points. But in terms of the variation that is being proposed at the moment before you, officers feel that it's supportable and doesn't raise any significant material issues over and above the approved layout. So once again, that was the approved site development, and this is the proposed site layout in relation to plots 1, 2 and 3. It's also worth noting that we have details of the construction management plan, which seeks to access the site through the adjacent Angel Sands development to the south. I'll come back to those in a moment. That would be the proposed construction access to the site, with the access to the development itself, once complete, would be through Heather Lane. Highways have assessed the proposed access and are confident and agree the details can be achieved and aided by banksmen, and that the access through Angel Sands would not present any new or additional highway safety implications. Just to refer back to the what you see here, this is the view from Sullington Warren to the south. The top photo is without a zoom, and the bottom photo, I've had to zoom in quite a bit to see the site, which just illustrates how much of a hillside it's situated on, and that the development will be seen against the backdrop of trees, which are situated in Sullington Warren to the north. In relation to this site and the sloping ground levels, we've got the approved development here. You can see it's stepped up the hillside, so each of the dwellings would be on a different plateau, so a different ground level. And as proposed, there's not a significant impact over and above the approved roof levels and roof heights, and therefore officers recommend approval for the variation of the conditions as presented in the report before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Invite members of the public to speak, starting with Amanda Avis. And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I have lived at Chestnut Cottage for over 36 years and watched the quarry being filled. It was evident there were no controls over the materials being brought in. We were assured the land could never be built on because of the way it was being compacted. The promise of restoration as heathland habitat was a reassuring and ecologically beneficial usage of the site. Fears about the safety and suitability of disturbing and building on this land cannot be ignored. Asbestos and gas contamination, land instability, and potential watercourse pollution are some of the issues that have been flagged up. There are so many unquantifiable and unknown risks associated with the preparatory earthworks that it is not unreasonable to suggest that the original planning permission should be revoked and any further excavations ended. The Parish Council has made clear Storrington has no need for more millionaire homes. There is no benefit to the village, as the developer has evaded responsibility for paying any community infrastructure levy by claiming 4 of the houses will be self-build. The proposed construction access near the Washington Road junction is potentially very dangerous. The negative biodiversity impact has been well documented. Trees have been ruthlessly felled, and the developer has ripped out the heathland habitat required as a planning condition for the original restoration scheme, exposing people to the contaminants in the disturbed ground. Last year, the diggers used for investigative earthworks generated huge amounts of dust. The risk asbestos dust poses to human health is well known. The remediation strategy does not show how people will be kept safe from dust-borne fibres, whilst the land is being moved around for building. Capping the site cannot be done without further disturbing the ground. Raising the levels increases the intrusive impact on properties and views from the downs, plus exacerbates the risk of water runoff and drainage issues. Given all these hazards, surely it is time to acknowledge that this site is completely unsuitable for development and the application is refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Lawrence, please.
Good evening. This is a Section 73 application. You're being asked to grant a new planning permission. Such applications can only be used for the variation or removal of conditions and for minor material amendments. They don't allow for significant or fundamental changes
or the discharge of conditions. As set out in the submitted documents, the proposal is for the variation of condition 1 in relation to plots 1 and 3 only, which is okay in principle. However, the proposed alternative access, the discharge of 10 planning conditions, because that's what the applicant has applied for, cannot be dealt with under section 73. The consultees, the applicant's consultants, have dealt with ecology, landscape and contamination as the discharge of a conditions application. In assessing section 73 applications, the fact that the permission already exists is a material consideration. But section 73 also requires that proposals are assessed against any relevant planning and environmental changes that have taken place since the permission was granted in 2022. This includes emerging development plans, changes to the NPPF, national and local legislation and planning guidance. Given the impact on the national park, the proposal also needs to be assessed against their current policy guidance changes, and it is also subject to EIA regulations. None of the above have been applied, including the requirement that biodiversity should now take priority over all other planning policies. The applicant's ecology survey assessment is 2 years out of date. Without an up-to-date survey, the impact of the proposal on biodiversity is not known. This puts the council at risk of being in breach of European environmental laws. The proposal includes materially raising the site levels and house heights. There's dispute. The environmental health officer wants the land increased by 0.6 metres, not 0.3, for health reasons because of the asbestos. So there's significant enlarging of 2 of the dwellings, and it includes large areas of glazing facing towards the National Park and the SSSI. What's that going to do to
could I
landscape
ask you bring your conclusion, please?
In conclusion, if approved, it is my professional opinion that it would cause unacceptable harm and the decision would be legally challengeable. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Wilkinson, please. Sorry, I missed it again. Sorry, John Ramage. Sorry, apologies. I'm jumping ahead of myself.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. As residents of Angel Sands, our objection is based on 2 factors: construction access and the effects of the 600mm soil capping on the contaminated soil. Taking the construction access, condition 5 relates to the construction management plan and the technical note, both of which have factual inaccuracies. The access to Angel Sands is not the original Hall Road when Angel Sands was built. Completely different construction now. It's much narrower and sloping with gated access. It says permission has been granted by all 4 owners. This is incorrect. We have not given our permission. It says 2-way access is permissible. The proposed action plan uses our land for a waiting area, which we do not permit, as it blocks basically our front door and prevents our free access and our right of quiet enjoyment. The proposed ramp into Angel Sands is only 30 metres from Washington Road Junction. It will require HGVs to swing out and use the other lane, creating danger to other users, including cyclists and pedestrians. The phasing plan for condition 3 is, shall we say, over-optimistic. It shows 6 houses being built in 16 months. It took our current builder 5 years to build 4 houses in Angel Sands. If we look at the soil capping, condition 12, we estimate that the soil capping required could be somewhere in the region of 5,000 cubic metres of topsoil. This equates to about 500 HGVs, in addition to normal construction traffic, which will pass within 2 feet of our garage and our back garden gate. Plot 1 and 6 in the new build will adjoin our land and will be 60 centimetres above our land. How is this going to be capped and retained? So in conclusion, the large number of heavily laden lorries will create a high risk of personal injury to us, danger to road users of Water Lane, damage to our property with potential HGVs needing to make a 90-degree turn into a very narrow lane, which is an unmade spur road and pass within 2 feet of our garage wall and back gate. There's a risk of subsidence to our garage and our house. And common access.
Sorry, can I ask you to bring your
Yep,
to
last
conclusion,
point.
please?
Common access will turn into a quagmire in the winter and drag mud and debris onto Common Lane, onto Water Lane.
Thank you. Invite Brian Wilkinson to speak.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My wife and I are the owners of this site on which we intend to self-build our forever home. The first and most important point I'd like to make is that this is an allocated site which already has planning permission. Getting to this stage followed a 3-year consultation involving public meetings to achieve neighbourhood plan inclusion. The process to achieve detailed planning permission also included public meetings. The application before members today was triggered by the recent water neutrality regulations. The retrospective adoption of these meant that we were unable to discharge all the conditions attached to the granted planning permission. So I'd just like to make the point that this is not an application that seeks permission for the principle of development, this being already established. Having to make an S73 application for water neutrality allowed us to address 2 matters. Firstly, the provision of water neutrality measures. This has been dealt with by an offset water credit scheme, which is both recognised and accepted by the council. And secondly, some subtle amendments to design, which in fact reduce the total square footage of the planned houses. Members will be aware that due to the former use of the land, its redevelopment is both more complex and more expensive than normal. We've therefore worked hard with your officers to make design amendments that allow us to meet environmental standards, whilst at the same time lowering the impact on neighbours, particularly plots 1 and 2 that are closest to existing dwellings. We've also been able to provide self-build plots which are urgently needed in this area. Whilst, as we've heard, there is, as always, opposition to new developments, I would urge members to support their officers' view, which is that this is a high-quality development which visually enhances the area. To repeat, this is an allocated site that does have existing planning permission, and what's before you is simply as a result of the application triggered by water neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Bailey-Hansing and Storrington and Sullington Parish Council, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. We know that the current permission is still extant. That does not mean we should allow a scheme which is materially more harmful and contrary to current and emerging developmental plan policies, environmental legislation, the planning framework, and up-to-date local and national planning guidance. It is also in direct conflict with the views of your professional consultees. The ecology assessment relied on by the applicants and lizard landscape is 4 years old. It is out of date and not acceptable when granting a fresh planning permission. We note that lizard landscape believed that they were simply discharging a planning condition. Had they known otherwise, we are sure they would have followed European legislation on protected habitats and government guidance. In accordance with the former quarry planning permission, this site was restored as an extension to the internationally important heathland habitat at Sullington Warren. The planting was beginning to mature and attracting a wide range of wildlife. As stated by your landscape consultant, the proposed planning is based upon an incorrect geology assessment and it is inappropriate. There are inconsistencies in the drawings and diagrams and the planting scheme is inadequate. The increased ridge heights of plot 1 and 3 are concerning due to sensitive views from the national park. Your landscaper requested visualisations, photo montages and assessments so that the full impact of the scheme could be correctly assessed. This has not been done. They have also requested updated lighting information, which has not been submitted. This is critical due to this site due to its location within the countryside and close proximity to both the SSSI and the National Park. With the proposal, the height and design and 3 of the dwellings will be changed. The scheme introduces first floor living accommodation with large areas of glazing. This will be highly visible from the National Park, Sullington Conservation Area and the SSSI. Not only will it be visually harmful, the light pollution will harm wildlife. With the best will in the world, you cannot condition that all of the first floor rooms should have blackout blinds drawn from dusk. Whilst the 2021 layout shows the 20-metre buffer zone as a single parcel for land, with the current proposal it is split up into blocks belonging to individual plots. It also does not provide any access to the buffer zone as a whole for maintenance, with houses projecting right up to the buffer zone. It will leave plots 3 and 4 with little usable garden. How could the dwellings be maintained without accessing the buffer zone? Would residents really walk all around their houses to get to their rear gardens? Will residents want to look out of windows at the buffer zone fence and then to the natural buffer zone itself? Light pollution and noise generated from plots 3 and 4 will directly affect wildlife in a buffer zone designed to attract wildlife. 2 borehole soakaways are sited within the buffer zone where they are likely to impact on the buffer zone and the SSSI. 2 further borehole soakaways are located within the woodland planting area. Some of the proposed bird boxes and bat boxes are shown sited within trees that have been felled or in inappropriate locations. The landscape management plan is inadequate and the use of pesticides within the buffer zone is proposed. These are all matters of considerable importance in relation to visual impact and biodiversity. To address visual concerns, the applicant is looking to reduce the contamination protection buffer from 0.6 to 0.3 metres in depth. The Environmental Protection Team have major concerns with this due to contamination concerns. This is not surprising as even with a covering of 0.6 metres, the development would pose at least a low risk of asbestos contamination for residents and presumably neighbours. Please bear in mind, in relation to asbestos, there is no recognised safe risk. The biodiversity impacts of raising the ground at all have not been addressed by the Council's landscape and ecology consultants. It appears they are unaware of this proposal. The fact is raising ground levels will impact the topography of the site and its appearance. Perhaps more importantly, it will impact on existing wildlife and existing trees and vegetation. The application of the topsoil could harm wildlife and destroy their habitats. The additional depth will harm trees and other plants and will affect surface water drainage both on the site and within the buffer zone and the SSSI. It would similarly have an impact on the setting and surface water drainage within the gardens of the adjacent listed buildings. The site is subject to other contaminants, which are similarly of considerable concern for future occupiers. The site was not built with redevelopment for houses in mind. Specifically, it was not compacted like the front half of the quarry site. The Council's Building Control Surveyor has stated that, on the basis of the information submitted, it has not been demonstrated that the house is suitable for building houses. The site is suitable for building houses. West Sussex have advised that swept path tracking plans should be prepared to demonstrate that the access is suitable for use of construction vehicles. No such diagrams have been submitted. The above concerns are of considerable importance and are not something that can be dealt with by condition. If you did, where would that leave the council if the contamination mitigation was inadequate and would put residents and neighbours at risk, vehicle swept paths could not be achieved and the construction access was found not to be safe, the buffer strip was not fit for purpose and the overall scheme caused material harm to biodiversity, the scheme resulted in harm to protected species due to the absence of an up-to-date ecology assessment, the land is found to be unsuitable for the construction of the proposed dwellings. These are matters that need to be fully established before granting planning permission. Finally, you cannot use an S73 application to discharge a condition imposed on the application or to introduce significant or fundamental changes to a scheme. This is set out clearly in the National Planning Practice Guidance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So there's a number of matters to potentially clarify that the matters of ground stability and contamination still require details to be submitted. Landscaping matters and planting still to be discharged. We're not looking at those. Lighting still remains as a valid condition. We're not looking at that. So there's many aspects that have been referred to by the speakers which would still remain as valid planning conditions that will require submission of details. What we have looked at is principally matters that can be addressed and varied as part of the condition. The ecological impact has not changed. The surveys are still in date. It's not a new application, so we don't have to reassess it from the ground up. We are just principally looking at those amendments which are set out in section 73. And the requirement for biodiversity net gain wasn't triggered by this application, both because of its submission date and because it's a section 73 application and not a new planning application. So there's a number of matters there that just benefit from being clarified. The issues of the capping, soil capping, again, that would be clarified under details submitted under condition 12, which our environmental health team would need to have input on. It's a very technical assessment and it's not my remit, but the capping of soil involves a geotextile membrane between the soil that's retained on the site and then clean soil being brought on to ensure that the soil is ecologically compatible with the heathland habitat. We would require appropriate soils to be brought onto the site. And as set out, these are all subject to the varied conditions that are before you. So we understand it's a very complex site and the conditions do reflect that. The conditions that we do feel are capable of being varied are set out clearly in the report before you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite local ward members. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Sorry, Adrian. I'll come to you in a moment. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to respond to the point that one of the speakers there made about the process of what a Section 73 application can and cannot deal with. And I'll point you to page 109 of the agenda pack, paragraphs 6.2 to 6.3. And here's where we've quoted the Planning Act and specifically Section 73.2. And what the planning practice guidance also says on the purpose and function of Section 73 applications, which, as has already been said, is not to revisit the principle of development. This is a site that has got planning permission for 6 homes. It was allocated in the Storrington neighbourhood plan and therefore is acceptable in principle. We are purely looking at the changes that are being proposed and whether there have been any other material changes to national local policy since the original permission was granted. Now, in this case, we do consider these to be material changes. The word minor has been removed from the planning practice guidance. These are fundamentally changes to the design of 3 of the properties and to land levels. Those, in our view, do not run to the heart of the permission. They're not fundamental changes. It's still 6 homes, largely of the same scale, same location on the site, same arrangement, etc. Now, in terms of discharging, for want of a better phrase, some of these conditions, Section 73 is a specific route to vary or remove conditions on an application. Now, the applicants here have decided they wanted to submit information in order to vary conditions applied onto the original planning permission to say, rather than submit those details to us, can we just do it in accordance with the approved details? So the view of officers is this is perfectly legal and lawful under Section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Local ward members, councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies because my laptop is out of power, so I've got terrible handwriting, so I'm going to have to go from one thing to the next. I have a number of concerns about this and a number of questions. Is it all right to go through all of the questions in one go, or do you want me to do them one by one, Chair?
Yeah, how many are there?
I don't know, I haven't counted them up yet.
Sorry?
Probably about 5 or 6.
Oh, that'd be fine then. Yeah.
Okay, great. So first of all, I note the Parish Council's objection, and I also hear and understand that planning permission has been granted, so we're not trying to actually overturn this. But important points are made in that objection and should be recognised. I have a concern about 4.1 about how the proposed course of action will promote human rights. So Article 1, I cannot see how driving hundreds of HGVs between a narrow space between two houses will promote a person's right to peaceful enjoyment of property. I am confused about how it supports Article 8. How does it promote rights in respect to private and family life for the occupants? I'm particularly concerned about the change in the route for access. I see that there is something from, there's a question 3.4, West Sussex County Council highways site visit, following concerns by neighbours over proposed construction access from Water Lane. And no comments are raised in relation to the construction using Angel Sands, because there would be a banksman doing that. But why is the impact on HGVs crossing the carriageway not being considered? That's a question I'd like to ask. I'm confused as to why. I understand that the ground has to be capped and raised, but why are the roofs being raised as well? And just as a by the by, on section 6.9, it talks about plus 800 metres. I'm sure that's a typo, but really we can't be thinking that's right. So why have those roofs been increased as well as the ground level being increased? I think that is my main concerns. Obviously, we can't go backwards. Planning permission has been granted, but I think it's very important, and the concerns I have are about access and then the impact on the residents that are there already. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a typo that you spotted. It's 800 millimetres, not anything more. It is a very complicated site. Obviously, the site's topography is significantly sloping. Amendments have come through as part of the application to clarify the levels and to reduce the level increase, which started out to be 600 mil and has now been reduced across the site. In most cases, the only significant increase is at plot 2, which is the one that sits on the western side of the site there. But again, when you look at the original topography of the site, there are parts of it which are aligned with the existing ground levels around it. So it's very difficult to look at the increases and see how it ties in with the site, but we have done that. We have undertaken that exercise and tried to diligently assess the impact. The extant scheme does have significant areas of glazing, and obviously potential overlooking was something that was considered under the original application. So this is plot 1. So you will see that it has full height glazing on the southeast corner, which is picked up. It's actually been removed, but the amendments here to replicate that arrangement with the glazing. So that is where we as officers feel that it is in line with the originally consented scheme, and it doesn't raise any significant additional matters in terms of overlooking or loss of privacy on neighbours over and above the matters that were previously considered. Construction access, if I can go back to that slide. So the residents would access the site once it's all built from Heather Lane. Now that's a private lane, so that's subject to any private agreements with management companies or landowners. What we're looking at is the safety and the workability of the construction access in this instance. And from the highways point of view, they have been to site, they have looked at it, they have considered access off Water Lane, and their comments are that there's no, they have seen the visibility displays, and they are satisfied that it can work. It would not materially decrease safety along Water Lane, so they are satisfied that the access can work. for HTVs. It is obviously through a limited period of time and subject to private agreement, which with other parties, but in terms of the feasibility and accessing the site, it does meet the criteria which the local highways authority would look for.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher, yes, sorry.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the ground is going to be raised and the buildings are taller. Is that right?
Not entirely, no. Some areas are increasing in height, some buildings are getting higher, some parts of development are getting lower. So it's across the board, it's a yes and no across all 6 dwellings.
Okay, so I'll rephrase that, some of the roofs are getting higher, the buildings are getting higher. Yes. In the report, where you're talking about 800 millimetres, for example, is that from the ground or the total height in comparison to what it was before?
Yes and no. Again, it's a very difficult site. So that particular plot is plot 2. So as you can see, plot 2 is the one in the middle here, with this double pitch roof. It's not quite clear on this drawing here. So if I go back to the elevations that have been submitted for plot 2, the approved scheme is the outline here, which I've added onto the drawings based on floor levels that are consistent and where we can establish a common line between the approved and the proposed details. So the overall height of that building is lower, but the finished floor levels within that building would increase. I think you see here the approved ground level. So there's ground and lower ground. If we start at the ridge, you're losing about 95 centimetres on the overall height, but the ground level is about 1 metre 18 centimetres higher. At lower ground level, it's about 1 metre higher, but that's taken in the context of a sloping site, where you have spot levels that are very, very different from each corner of the building. And because these are offset plans, you've got multiple levels that interact here. As you can see, it's sort of a stepped floor plan. So that's why it's a little bit difficult to answer that question with a definitive yes or no, because it's dependent on what part of the site you're looking at.
I guess it just makes it very hard to visualise it and to comment on it. Thank you.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Chair. I hear what you say about the highways opinion of the access of the construction traffic, but that seems to relate to the highways part of it and not the route of the traffic through Angel Sands and the impact on that, the infrastructure of that development and the people. And also, as the report says, it's subject to agreement with, well, what if that agreement is not forthcoming? What's the alternative? There is a Heather Way access, but that's also subject to agreement. And frankly, that is quite a narrow access route. Or there's a proposal of creating another road up on the boundary of Sutton to Warren, which is possible, but it will impact the Warren, I would imagine, having traffic going up and down very close to the SSI. So I'm still very concerned about the construction traffic angle of this.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just clarify, we've mentioned we have to recognise it's a site that has permission already, and therefore, in principle, those dwellings need to be constructed and accessed from somewhere, you know, they've got an extant consent they can implement. And we have to be mindful of you know, construction does have an impact, but it's time limited, and generally speaking, it's not really a reason in which we could refuse a scheme in most instances, because it is a time limited impact, and we have to recognise, well, what are the alternatives here, and I think those have been explored. And any private consents that may be required to implement the permission are not a planning matter, and planning, if granted, does not override any private consents that may or may not be required to implement that permission. So that needs to be set aside in terms of the planning matters. You know, you can grant a permission, but whether you can legally access a site is a matter that sits outside of planning. So we just need to be mindful of that around some of the comments that have been raised today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Clark, and then I'll come to.
Thank you, Chairman. Reading through this application, basically as far as I'm concerned, what gelled for me was concerns over the soil depth of the clean soil cover in the gardens, whereas 600 millimetres is mentioned specifically, but there were concerns over the fact that some of it was 300 or 400 millimetres. I should maybe say clean acidic soil rather than just clean any old bog standard soil. The site overlies an aquifer, and we know what is documented, it's got an asbestos problem. So I've seen the discussion about the thickness of the clean soil, but it doesn't appear to be specified anywhere in the conditions. Should not a minimum level be specified in the conditions, is the question. The second question is, what's not clear to me is how the integrity of the site is maintained, in particular with the leaching of liquid materials to the surface or from the surface down below when you're piling for foundations. If you read the document carefully, they actually talk about piling, and then you're talking about geotextile membranes to separate between the surface of the dump soil, if I can put it that way, and the clean soil that's imported on the ground on the site. So I'm a bit concerned about migration of liquid above the membrane and below the membrane. Is this not a question that should be specified in the conditions, or has it been specified in the conditions but it's written in a way that I don't understand? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. It's not been specified in the conditions because there are different ways of dealing with potential remediation requirements on the site. So it depended on what was found on the site as part of the contamination strategy. And it depends on which solution the applicant is wanting to progress with. So whether it's a case of excavating the contaminated soil and then sort of starting again, or whether it's a halfway house where you part excavate, put the slabs down and therefore effectively seal the contamination under the slabs. Where the clean soil is required, it's in the garden areas where people are prone to dig in and growing their own produce, as I understand it. Again, this is technical, and this is how I understand it works. So there's different depths that may be required and different depths that could be accommodated depending on what part of the site requires sort of infilling or capping. So that's why it's not been specified, and it's up to the applicant to suggest a remediation strategy which our environmental health team would look at. There's still issues with details that have been submitted, so we're not looking to touch condition 12 or in fact condition 13, which is the land stability, ground stability. So that again, it's up to the applicant to suggest ways of dealing with potential ground instability across the site owing to the depth of the infill at the site and the nature of the fill, which might make some parts of the site more prone to instability than others. So those are matters that we're not looking at, and we haven't looked at, and we haven't considered. All we know is that as part of the proposal, the levels, the finished floor levels to the dwellings are being set. So the actual landscaping would follow on, and that's where we'd be able to look at other matters such as fencing, planting, ensuring that the buffer zone remains free of development and inaccessible. So those matters are still very much there as part of planning conditions which will be triggered. So that they are still there, and we're not looking to vary those at the current stage.
So what you're saying in effect is that none of this has really been nailed down, and essentially it will be up to what the applicant comes up with that then we will decide one way or the other.
They would come up with a proposal, but obviously it has to be acceptable from our specialist environmental health officers. So, you know, if what they propose is not acceptable, we'll continue to not discharge the condition until something is acceptable. So, and I think and that's why we are reimposing the condition rather than discharging it at this stage.
Councillor Knoll.
Well, the comment I was going to, thank you, Chairman, the comment I was going to make has already been asked by Councillor Clark, but I would like to add that obviously there's a very long way to go on this application, yet there's all sorts of conditions which have got to be fulfilled, and there's loads of problems which have been brought out by the local members which have to be addressed. And I would just add that I think that putting 600 mil of topsoil on is far too inadequate. If you're going to put a tree in, you're going to dig down far deeper than that, and you might end up going through the membrane. I just think it needs really a hard look at the next stages in this application. Thank you.
Councillor Trollope. Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't quite get it from the report. What is the level of contamination of asbestos? What is sort of like? Because I'm looking, I'm doing a bit of off-the-cuff research on asbestos in soil, and it does very much depend on the level of, the percentage contamination as to what sort of protections you need. And I do agree with Councillor Knoll that 600 millimetres of topsoil, which could easily be blown away or drained away, doesn't seem very adequate to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's part of the contamination strategy that we would need to look at, whether it's adequate or not. I don't recall what the level of contamination is at this moment in time. I haven't got technical details in front of me, simply because we're not looking to deal with that aspect.
Sorry. Do we feel that it's been adequately assessed? And if not, it would almost be the historic moment that I tried to table my first motion.
Can I just clarify? We are seeking to reimpose the original contamination conditions. So we're not discharging that. We don't feel that they need to provide more information at this stage because it can be suitably managed by imposing a condition, which is what condition 12 does. So if permission is granted by members today, the applicant will need to submit additional information regarding contamination and mitigation to discharge condition 12, and they can't start on site until they've done that. Does that hope clarify?
I think so. I just feel that I personally would not want to live on top of this land, and I certainly wouldn't want to have, if I were 20 years younger, I wouldn't want my children growing up on it. I feel a membrane and 60 millimeters of topsoil doesn't provide adequate protection, and I'm not sure where we are with that.
Councillor Trollope, this really isn't for discussion now. We are seeking to reimpose the conditions requiring all this information at a future date. I hope that allays your fears.
Sorry, just so to be clear, what exactly are we agreeing today then? Sorry to ask that.
We are seeking to seek approval from members regarding the amendments regarding the plot size, regarding the difference in levels across the site, but how the contamination itself is managed and mitigated will be subject to additional information that will need to be submitted and approved by the council in consultation with our specialist environmental health officers. So we are not seeking to approve anything regarding contamination today.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Dennis.
Just a question following on from that. Does that mean that will that be coming back to the planning committee, or will that be an officer decision?
Condition discharge are officer-based decisions. Yeah.
So it won't be coming back here. Thank you. Can I ask a further question, please, Chair? I'm a little confused over the use of Heather Way, and I thought I got it clear in my head when I read the papers earlier, but I'm slightly confused by it. Heather Lane. Heather Lane is a private road. Do they have permission to use it from whoever owns it, which presumably is a residents' organisation, or is there use for construction?
Councillor Dennis, these are private rights. They are not for discussion here.
Right,
That is a matter for the applicant to negotiate away from the planning process. Yeah.
Local ward councillors. No?
I just want to reiterate, I have severe concerns about the changing of the route for the construction traffic.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we go to the vote, and it's recommended to approve the amendment to the planning permission, DC 210057, subject to appropriate conditions and the completion of legal agreement to secure water neutrality. All those in favour of this application? Okay. All those against? Okay. Abstentions?
Okay, so the results were 8 for, 3 against, 6 abstentions. Therefore, it's been approved subject to the amendments and details set out in the report.
Thank you. Moving swiftly on, because I'm conscious of time. Item number 9, which is DC 230662, Dean Hollow, New Hall Lane, Smaldole, Enfield. Could the officer please make their presentation?
Good evening. This application relates to an agricultural barn located in the countryside, rear of properties on New Hall Lane in Smaldole. The site and surrounding fields within this red line is connected to the dwelling at Dean Hollow, which fronts New Hall Lane. This is where the barn is located within the site and nearby properties. The barn is served by its own access track to the north from New Hall Lane. And this is the barn as seen in historical aerial photographs. These are its elevations and photographs showing its poor condition currently. This is also the access track as seen from New Hall Lane, which is set between 2 properties further to the west of Dean Hollow. The application seeks to replace the barn with a new structure on largely the same footprint for use for the storage of agricultural equipment and feed associated with the wider land holding. This is the floor plan and elevations for the replacement barn, which would be completed in timber cladding with a dark corrugated roof. Satisfactory evidence demonstrating the need for the replacement barn has been provided, along with ecology reports to address any impact on bats. This has overcome the reasons why a previous application to refurbish the barn was refused. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions as set out in the report, which includes a condition to ensure the barn is only used for agricultural purposes in connection with the host property at Dean Hill Hollow. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no public speakers on this particular application, so I'll go straight to the local ward members. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Chairman. As the officer has just pointed out, the original application was made DC 202327, so it was in March 21 that it was considered, and it was refused by planning officers. And I quote from the delegated report, as it was not demonstrated that the building is essential to its countryside location, and in addition there was concern about disturbing roosting bats that weren't proved to be in the area but are certainly likely to be there. Then I totally agreed with that refusal. It's come back again a couple of years later, and the agent has given a very, very similar design and access statement and concludes by saying it's reasonably necessary for the purposes of agriculture within the holding. Now, I don't know if we can actually see the size of the holding, but could we go back to the aerial photographs? Right, yes, that's the most, that's the nearest you're going to be able to see it as I saw it today from Google Earth. The actual small holding is outlined in red, but, and it's claimed in the application to be, I've got an acreage here, 12 acres. And a lot of those 12 acres are taken up, as you can see, in the top right-hand part of the holding to be not agricultural, but is used for storage. And the Google Earth image that I looked at this afternoon showed a lot of vehicles and small sheds being stored there. What you can't see at the bottom of the holding is an area, if you look on the plan, edged in green, and that is a stream which runs through Small Dole on down to the River Ada. And that has got steep banks and is overgrown with trees and bushes. So the actual farmed area of the holding is probably some 8 acres odd. Now, the only difference in the design and access statement made by the agent is this drawing, which if you go a bit further forward, please. A bit more. Carry on. There, if you go back. This is the major change in the design access statement. All these bits of equipment have been shown to be stored for use on the holding. Well, it looks to me like a combine harvester and all sorts of stuff that cannot possibly be used on a small holding which slopes at quite a violent degree down to the stream. I can't see it being there for the production of hay. You can't grow hay on it. So why are they storing all this there? Now, I'm not going to go into details of all the letters of objection which have come in, but there's a lot of conjecture by local residents about the true purposes and the real reason this has been put forward. Incidentally, the fields immediately to the east have been allocated in the local plan for a housing estate. So it seems rather coincidental that this has come back again now with an improbable reason of storing agricultural equipment to be used on an area which can't be maintained by using that agricultural equipment. So obviously in the mind of local residents, and I'm not going to say this, but minds of local residents are wondering what exactly is behind it all. So for that reason, I brought it to committee for us to consider in open committee. The other explanation put forward is that it can be used for breeding stock. I'll let Councillor Potts, who is a very experienced farmer and who knows about these things far better than I do, to explain the feasibility of keeping a large amount of stock in this very, very small area. That's about as far as I need to go, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to Councillor Potts shortly, but Councillor Croker.
Thank you, Chair. To some degree, I share Councillor Knowles' concerns about this particular operation, but maybe I'm more gullible, I'm not sure. One thing I would like to touch on, which Councillor Knowles just briefly mentioned, was the keeping of livestock in the barn. Can I just check that would remain an agricultural?
Running their farm animals, yeah.
Right, okay. Because obviously I have some concerns about waste disposal, water supply, etc. But presumably that's all in the existing agricultural use of the barn. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Milne, and I come to Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Can the officers clarify for me what, to what extent are we allowed to take into account conjecture? Because I don't actually understand what other possible use this could be or how it relates to the housing development next door. I don't understand any of that, but I'm also not at all sure that we're allowed to take it into account in planning terms. If get some clarity.
Yes, if I can just clarify there, you're looking at the submission in front of you and no more. The application is for an agricultural barn where there's a recommended condition securing its use for agricultural purposes only and associated with the host dwelling. So any future prospect of an alternative use is not material because that requires planning permission in its own right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor. Councillor Mark.
My question was very much the same as Councillor Milne's question, so thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bainham.
Thank you, Chair. I was just reading paragraph 6.5, where it says the design and access statement details the layout will allow for the storage of hay to be cropped off the land. Now, Councillor Knowles just said that no hay can really be cropped off that land. So if that's a misleading statement, would that be material to considering the application? i.e. if you say something in the statement that it's not true in support of your application?
Well, again, we have to consider the merits of what's in front of us. I'd also point to paragraph 6.7, where subsequent to that, the applicants provided further information that our agricultural consultants reviewed and have passed comment on, where it says that the last sentence, the hay to be stored within the barn would be purchased and stored as opposed to be taken off the land. And that's in part because the purpose of this, the landholding, is for livestock primarily by the looks of it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Potts, yeah, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. On the subject of paragraph 6.7, and it states, following these comments, the applicant has provided updated plans and has confirmed that farming operations extend beyond the application boundary as other land elsewhere is rented. 6.8 also states that the Council's agricultural consultant has reviewed this additional information and is now satisfied that there appears to be genuine agricultural use of the land, etc., etc. I could not find any documentation on the planning portal or elsewhere which covers this. Is there any such information available to us, or is it something that I've missed?
I'd have to review the case file again, Councillor. Unfortunately, I don't have that to hand.
Okay, in which case, I mean, the importance of this is that without such clarification, I'm not sure that that can overcome the original objections in the initial application.
Councillor, if you consider that information is fundamental to your assessment, then it may be something you wish to defer, so we can ensure that members see sight of that information before any decision is made. Thank you.
yeah, I'd like to do exactly that. I mean, there are some other points as far as exactly what the barn has been used for. I mean, it's quite muddled, the report, and taken into account the design and access statement as to exactly what, yeah, it's going to be used for. Is it the storage of hay, from this site, or storage of hay from another site? Is it the storage of machinery? Is it lambing? Is it for the storage of pigs? Is it perhaps even for a game processing plant? I won't go there. I saw councillor Circus's ears pricked up, but let's leave that alone. You know, or is it for all of the those at the same time? It really needs clarification, and yeah, I'd like to include that in the motion which I shall put forward.
Come back to you in a moment. Councillor Trollope.
It may or may not talk to you, Councillor Potts, but my question is, if this is to be used for raising animals, pigs or ewes or sheep or whatnot, I haven't seen any mention of our beloved water neutrality. I don't know if, and I'm asking this purely as a question. I mean, if we're considering this with the stated intention that it's going to be used for that, do we therefore then have to take into consideration any of that impact?
This is addressed in the report where water neutrality was screened out. The existing use of the barn, albeit in its dilapidated state, is for agricultural purposes. The wider land is for agricultural, and this is a barn being proposed primarily for storage purposes. So the view of officers is it doesn't generate additional water demand compared to the lawful use of the land. They could still use the wider landholding for animals, certainly.
I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor Potts, but no, Councillor Knoll.
I was rather hoping that Councillor Potts was going to, was going to help me here, because part of the evidence is the report from Reading Agricultural Consultants, who previously on the earlier application a couple of years ago was specific in saying that they felt that there wasn't enough sufficient evidence that the agricultural barn would be viable. But then they brought in another report for this current application, and on page 2 it says that additional information has been provided and notes that the applicant currently has 11 breeding ewes and 1 ram on site and has 6 Jacob sheep, plus another ram on order for spring 24. The applicant indicates that she's looking to increase the size of the breeding flock to 100 ewes. Now, the reason I was asking Councillor Potts to say something about this is because he's bred sheep and various other animals on his farm, and an area of just a few acres is in no way sufficient to breed a flock of 100 ewes. I mean, whichever way you look at it, it doesn't pan out, and it's my contention the officers had it right the first time round and decided to refuse the application for the barn.
Thank you. I'll come to you in a moment, Jos, Councillor Potts, but Councillor Figan did have a hand up some time ago.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question to the officers, just so I understand. It's something we touched on at a previous meeting before. I understand it might be possible to create up to 5 residential units from an agricultural building. Could you please explain if that's possible? Thank you.
Yes, the Class Q of the General Development Order does allow conversion of agricultural buildings to dwellings. However, that only bites for existing agricultural buildings that are already on site. It used to be 2012, I think it's now moved to anything on site and in use. Yeah, it's changed very recently to last year, but fundamentally it wouldn't apply here. But in any case, the condition we've applied would mean that wouldn't bite. The permitted development wouldn't exist.
That wouldn't, even though it's an agricultural building
Indeed,
at the moment.
But the purpose of the condition is to avoid any other uses, including those granted under permitted development.
Thank you.
Councillor Potts. Sorry.
Thanks, Chairman. In response to Councillor Knoll's question, yes, the vague information provided about livestock is is part of the reason why I want to seek further clarification. So that will be a significant part of that information which I see. So could I move that motion? Just before so, could I seek a little further clarification from officers? Is it a requirement for them to provide landholding registration and or any holding number?
Ultimately, it's down to the decision maker to be satisfied that there's a genuine need for the agricultural use. Thank you.
In which case, could I pass a motion that those two things are provided? The landholding registration or the holding number? And yeah, obviously to defer the application, seeking clarification on those 2 points, seeking clarification on the exact use of the barn, seeking clarification of the rented land from which hay will be brought in for storage in the barn, if that is in fact going to be the case. And I think that actually covers everything.
Sorry, we do have okay, I'll come to Philip, councillor Circus and yourself, councillor Clark, and then we will move to the motion that's been proposed by councillor Potts. Councillor Circus.
Thank you, Chairman. In view of paragraph 6.8, I'm always in favour of further information, but I'm not sure what further information, whether we will be any of the wiser following a delay on this, because the last sentence seems to be pretty definitive, unless I've missed something. The council's agricultural consultant concludes that a need for a building of this size, and of course Councillor Noel was questioning whether a building of this size was needed for this particular activity, and he says, or she says, that a need for a building of this size has been demonstrated and would be compliant with national local plan policy. I don't know whether the officers can help. I mean, would a deferral and presumably going back to the agricultural consultant really tell us any more than we know here, that presumably the independent consultant has concluded that there's a genuine agricultural use and the size is justified and demonstrated presumably by reference to the overall size of the area concerned. So I wonder if the officers could tell us whether this will actually tell us anything we don't know already.
I don't think Councillor Potts is necessarily suggesting we go back to the agricultural consultant, but what Councillor Potts has pointed out in the report is that it does appear that the agricultural consultant received additional information, and I think as officers presenting, we don't have that before us at this point, and therefore it would seem sensible that members had that, at least that same information that the agricultural consultant had. Whether you then feel that's sufficient to demonstrate an agricultural need for the building is for you as decision makers, but I think bearing in mind that fact, I would suggest that's reasonable, but ultimately that's for you members as decision makers.
Councillor Clark, and then we'll move forward with the motion from...
Thank you, Chairman. I mean,
Councillor
I did
Potts.
receive a reply, but I'll ask the question again. In paragraph 6.25, page 138, it says that there's no need to consider water neutrality in this case, but because the existing building has no water use and there's no proof of water being used at all. But paragraph 6.8, which we've already mentioned, clearly states there'll be an indoor lambing area at lambing time, and surely keeping the lambs and the ewes together in the barn means that they will need some water. So surely that's a use of water that's not been covered by water neutrality, especially when they're looking at expanding to 100 ewes. Now the reply came back, the site's a lawful agricultural use and the watering of livestock on the land forms part of the current lawful land use, but I'm a bit confused in terms of water neutrality. Is this not a loophole or an abuse of the water neutrality system? I'm not clear, and I appreciate clarification.
I think, as I said earlier, we've got to look at the baseline, which is the lawful use of the land for agriculture, and that can be as intensively or as unintensively, for want of a better word, as the landowner wishes. And the point here is, yes, whilst the landowner may wish to use it for lambing, they also might want to keep adult flock on the site that also need water in troughs from the mains. And ultimately, it's not officers' view that there's no distinction to be made ultimately in the consumption potential of the site. If that makes sense. Thank you.
So this is a sort of a loophole, is what you're saying?
It's not a loophole, it's the lawful use of the land.
And the building is a similar size to what's there already.
No, I'm sorry, I'm going to go to councillor Pott's motion. If you could read that out again, sorry, so we've got it accurately captured, please. Right, someone, could you?
Thank you, Adrian.
Beavering away with my notes here. So I've got a motion to defer for further consideration on the rented land, the use of the barn, and the land holding and registration number. Those are the three items you read out.
I've got 100 clarification on 100 U's.
And the 100 U's. Turns out I wasn't paying attention, yes.
And in short, any documentation that we haven't seen that's alluded to in 6.7, 6.8.
Could you just read that out again for us, please, Adrian?
I also had exact use of barn, rented land, where the hay comes from.
Collective effort there.
I would say on that last point, it's sort of saying that the hay would be brought in. So does that not cover the point?
Yeah, it's just, it says elsewhere, I think in the design and access statement, that it was going to be from the...
Right, have we captured that accurately?
On the site.
So I'll read it again just so we're absolute belts and braces on this.
Sorry.
Motion to defer for further clarification on the rented land, the use of the barn and the land holding and registration number, as well as the 100 U's and other documentation as seen by the agricultural consultants. Covers everything.
Do I have a seconder for that? Okay, thank you. Good. Someone understood that. Could all those in favour? That's unanimous.
Yeah, so it's unanimous. The motion has been deferred. Thank you.
Item number 10, DC 23 1361, St Crispin's Church, Church Place, Pulborough. Please, could the officer present the application to the committee?
So this application was deferred from the 19th of March committee meeting to seek updated West Sussex County Council highway comments in relation to the current access and the highway arrangements, taking into account the current state of the A29. These comments have now been received as set out in the officer report. Since the 19th of March committee meeting, 6 further representations have been received from 4 addresses. In summary, the representations state that no new traffic survey has been carried out. Previous surveys were carried out during the pandemic. There is insufficient passing space on Church Place. Loss of parking in the church hall site used by residents has exacerbated on-street parking pressure, and also the narrowness of Church Place. Other matters raised reflect those noted and addressed in the original committee report attached at Appendix 1 on page 145 of the agenda pack. So to recap, this is the site which currently comprises a church hall in Pulborough, close to the Arun Valley rail line. The site sits within the Church Place conservation area and the setting of a Grade 2 listed building. This is the building in question, and this is the view along Church Place to the east with the site on the left-hand side. The main access to the site is along Church Place from the A24 to the east. This is a view along part of Church Place from the junction with the A24. The proposal is to replace the church building with 6 dwellings as shown here, set in a semi-detached pair in a terrace of 3 fronting Church Place and with a detached house at the rear. These are the elevations of the semi-detached pair, the terrace of 3 and the detached house at the rear. And this is the proposed Church Place street scene. As explained in the report, the Highways Authority have reiterated their position that the proposal would not result in highway safety or severe cumulative capacity issues, with the traffic impact from the 6 dwellings to be compared to that which would be generated from the continued use of the site as a church hall. Therefore, whilst the concerns of residents about the narrowness of Church Place and the impact of existing traffic using this road are acknowledged, the proposal would not materially uplift the amount of traffic on the road compared to the current lawful use of the site as a church hall. The application therefore remains recommended for approval, subject to the conditions as set out in Appendix 1 to the report and the completion of a legal agreement to secure the water neutrality mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Dr. Andy Tilbrook to speak, and you have 2 minutes, Dr. Tilbrook. Dr. Tilbrook, could I ask you to bring it to a... No, okay, we've been there for 4 hours.
Exactly, let's go.
Sorry, could I ask you to conclude your... Thank you. Billy Clements, please.
Good evening, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item on behalf of the applicant, Ellswood Homes. This application follows an earlier identical scheme for 6 homes on the site, which was refused at appeal solely for water neutrality grounds. The item was deferred from the committee in March to allow for clarifications to be sought in respect of highway impacts. Following this, we are pleased that West Sussex County Council have reiterated that they have no objection to the proposals. Their response confirms that the surveys which support the proposals are robust and that given any increase in traffic would be negligible, the cumulative impacts would not clearly be severe. They are clear that the highway grounds would not be warranted and no refusal on highway grounds would be supportable at appeal. That is from West Sussex County Council. In response to the appeal decision, the application is backed by a revised, viable water neutrality solution based on offsetting at a cattle farm elsewhere in the district. This solution and the calculations which underpin it have been endorsed by both your officers and Natural England. The Section 106 to secure these measures has been drafted and is with the Council's legal team to comment. This overcomes the sole reason for refusal at appeal. Whilst we appreciate that this is a sensitive site, as many are these days, given the additional West Sussex County Council response now demonstrably confirms following the deferral that there is no sustainable highway reason to withhold permission, we therefore hope that the committee will be able to finally support your officer's positive recommendation and enable much needed high quality new homes to come forward on this redundant in-settlement site. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie Whitman Esdale, Pulborough Parish Council, you have 5 minutes. Thank you. Excuse me, so I think your mic's gone off, hasn't it?
Anyway, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, where was I? Okay, the traffic, anyway, the incorrect data from the ATC, or it's not incorrect, but it was not what we asked for, which we wanted to discuss the dangers of the traffic on the Church Place. And it was dangerous pedestrian navigation through Church Place the whole way from the train station to the Pulborough Brooks, through the Wild Art Trail, which we've promoted going down Church Place. We've got lots of people, lots of tourists, school children, adults going to work, to the train station and back across the A29 where the bollards and the lights are. It's not safe. It's not an easy splay. You can't see around the corners, and the cars come up the hill, even though there's single file, quite quickly. I don't accept the fact that there were no severe accidents. They might not have been severe, but there have been. Anyway, I support Dr. Tilbrook in his report about the Westglebe field, and I suggest that really you all should look at DC 210960 to clarify the HDC's policy regarding dense areas of historic building. And their policy is to minimize road traffic going through it. And we've got 9 buildings at the very beginning of Church Place that are one right after the other. And the parking on Church Place, as you could see in that photograph, those are residents. They don't have any place to park their cars except on the street. So we've lost the parking that they were using in the church, the Catholic Church, because they put up a big fence, which is fine. But those cars have to come back onto Church Place. And whenever there is church in session, where do they go? To Tesco's and walk down, which is very generous of Tesco's. Anyway, that is something you should research, as well as I'd like to conclude on drawing your attention to additional proposals written under the Highways Impact Report, proposal number 6.34. The proposal seeks, now this is the proposal, it seeks to utilize the existing access off Church Place that serves the existing dwellings in the cul-de-sac. There's a little cul-de-sac that comes off the street. Church Place is an adopted highway. The proposed access, the cul-de-sac, is a private track. The existing access and track would remain unaltered with all these the building machinery and stuff and deliveries. West Sussex County Council has commented on this aspect of the proposal, stating that the proposal is not anticipated to generate a significant change in trips that would result in any harm to the safe use and operation of the highway. We don't know that yet because we haven't gotten that traffic report. Furthermore, as no alterations are proposed to the existing junction onto Church Place, which currently includes adequate visibility and no records of any severe accidents, are you sure? No concern is raised from a highway safety perspective.
Could I ask you bring your presentation?
Yes, I've only got a little bit. Our response to this proposal is that they are unfounded assumptions. According to current cul-de-sac landowner reports, no one from the developers has consulted with them about the use of their land. And no one has consulted with the homeowners on Church Place, who will be horribly disrupted by this proposal. Following on, reference has been made to
Sorry, can I ask you to conclude, please?
After all this time, I've been sitting back there and you won't let me finish.
Right.
It's just 3 minutes. That's okay. Thank you.
If I may just respond to a few points there. The application was deferred last time out for a very specific reason that I quoted in my presentation, which was to seek updated County Council highway comments in relation to the current access and the highway arrangements, taking into account the current state of the A29. It did not ask for further traffic count surveys. On the narrow point we're looking at, which is the highways matter, reference has been made to another application from a few years ago, which was for 10 homes and a church car park on open land, if you can see my cursor, just on the opposite the site. Now, that was placing additional burden onto the highways network from the 10 additional homes and the car park itself. So in that context, the traffic and impacts on the Church Place were different to what they are now. The current situation is that you have a church building there which would generate traffic in its current lawful use, and the advice of the Highways Authority is that is a negligible difference to the traffic generated by 6 homes. So it's a neutral position, is what they're saying. Now, in terms of the last comments made about the consultation with residents about access into the site, as my colleague said earlier, that is a private matter that's not material in front of us. If those rights aren't permitted by those separate homeowners, the development wouldn't be able to be permitted. That's not reason for us to refuse permission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the local ward councillors. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you very much, Chair. When we had the last meeting and the decision was deferred, obviously that was on the basis of reviewing the traffic information in light of the state of the current A29 position. But their comment that they've come back with only comments on the speed of traffic. It doesn't comment on the safety of access to the site from the A29. Because it's a very tight junction, currently partly obscured by traffic lights, and there are cars parked close to that wall. So I struggle to see how at least a comment wasn't made about how construction traffic is supposed to enter this site.
The general point around visibility is wrapped up in the overall quantums of traffic being the same. In terms of construction traffic, there is a construction management plan that we've attached, but it doesn't address specifically how vehicles will access the site. Obviously, it's very clearly narrow, and that would be down to the safe operation of the site by the site contractors.
If it's helpful, Councillor Campbell, because I did actually go back to the highways manager, because when I realised what they initially said, I thought it didn't quite cover what members asked. So I went specifically to the highway manager and said, so if I just read out the couple of paragraphs that they've sent me, so it might be summarised in the report. So in relation to the traffic impact of the proposed development, the forecast increase in traffic is considered to be minimal and not discernible from day-to-day traffic variations on the surrounding network. There are proposals for 6 residential units. Even if the existing use of the church has previously closed, the potential for trips to be generated by such a use is still a material planning consideration. The likely increase in traffic associated with the proposed residential units, especially when considered that the loss of any trips associated with the existing uses need to be taken into account, would be negligible. Then the MPPF is clear that planning applications should only be refused on transport grounds where the cumulative residential impact are severe, and clearly the likely impact of 6 residential units would not meet this threshold or warrant a reason for refusal on these grounds, which would be supportable at a planning appeal. I would also like to add in relation to the speed surveys carried out by the applicant that whilst these were undertaken during COVID, that county and many other highway authorities continued to accept speed surveys at this time. The pandemic clearly has a significant impact on traffic count data, but if anything, speeds were actually higher during this period, and therefore the surveys to record vehicle speeds and in turn calculate the necessary visibility space that are required are considered to be worst case scenarios. There is therefore no reason to assume the surveys undertaken to calculate vehicle speeds are incorrect or inappropriate just because they were undertaken during the pandemic. I'm just trying to see, because this was part of an email trail, if there was anything else. I'll see if I think that's all I've got to hand, but there's other details in the report, I think, around the A29, aren't they? I'll keep looking.
Yes, I appreciate the traffic before and after the construction of the buildings wouldn't change hugely as a result of a small number of dwellings. I was more concerned about the logistics of getting construction traffic onto the site safely without having to make it a 3-way traffic site, which is already chaotic.
Yes, I mean, we have the construction management plan at condition 5, but if you feel there's something that you wish to add into that condition, then have a think.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. My first comment on reading the report is I am so disappointed with the County Council response on traffic. The measurements that they did related in this place about volume of traffic. No, one of the key arguments why we deferred it, which seems to have been forgotten, is in this day of, let's call it fashionable, active travel, we've got a lot of people walking around a lot more. And with the art trail and the closure of the A29 pedestrian footway, we have a lot more pedestrian access through this location, walking through from what's called the cinder path, which is opposite this application. You can see it there on the map, actually. people are walking through to the A29 and there's a lot more pedestrian traffic coming up through there. So my concerns were more to do with pedestrian volume of traffic rather than speed. No idiot's going to speed down that road. So my conclusion is that basically county council officers didn't visit the site. It was just another desktop study, because if they had visited the site, they might have come up with some different recommendations. As John has picked up, I'm particularly concerned about access to the site by vehicles, construction traffic, and county officers obviously haven't visited the site, so they can't conceive the difficulties that vehicles would have to access the site. I've looked again at the pre-commencement conditions 5 on page 159, which looks at the construction site setup, location of loading and unloading of plant material, etc. The report doesn't seem to include a plan or analysis of the type of vehicle that will bring materials to the site in terms of width and weight in view of the narrow and fragile nature of Church Place. So if we decide to go ahead with this, I would like to propose an amendment to this proposal, that we add a requirement in precondition 5, I think it is to detail the size of the vehicles used for construction and to come up with a management plan for them to safely access the site along Church Place before final permission is granted. I don't know if we wish to do this at this stage or come back. I'm quite happy to come back at the end after the debate of other councillors have, chipped in.
I think it's possible, Councillor Clark, to add that in. I think when it comes to vehicle sizes, it's always a bit tricky in terms of controlling what sits outside of an application site. But ultimately, it's something we could consult County Highways on in terms of what can actually get down there. And if it's part of a management plan, it would give us more scope to control that. So it is something that we could amend in that condition if members wish to, as part of an alternative motion. Thanks.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a moment, Councillor Clark. Any other comments? No? Okay. Sorry, Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Chairman. Just the water neutrality statement is offsetting on Danefold Farm. My memory might be playing tricks, it's getting late at night. I could have sworn that we used Danefield Farm for another offsetting, didn't we?
Yes, but it's a large farm.
Okay.
And we have a lot of cattle.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert.
Thank you. Okay, I was just assuming that 300 cattle would only service one lot of offsetting, but no, obviously not. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, you want to word your amendment to condition 5, I think it was?
I think it'd be better to word it around a management plan to secure details of construction vehicles, including kind of size and access, etc., rather than being very specific, and then you can consider that within a document and consult on it. I think obviously safety is something we can consider with highways, but I don't think it necessarily needs to be explicit within that. Would you agree, Adrian? Yeah. Yeah, Adrian scribbling, yeah.
Yeah. Again, I've been moving away. So bullet point 3 would be to submit a management plan setting out the size of vehicles and how they will safely access the site. Yeah.
Sorry, do I have a seconder for that? Yep. Those in favour? All those against? Abstentions?
So it's 14 for and 3 against.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon,
Abstain.
3 abstentions.
Therefore,
Late
the-
night.
We need to vote on the substantive motion.
Okay, therefore the motion is carried. So I'd like to move to a vote on this particular application. And the recommendation is for approval, subject conditions listed in the committee report and completion of the section 106 agreement. So,
Just had one comment before we have a vote, if that's okay.
yes.
Okay, the application for West Glebe DC 210960 included provision for a passing space on Church Place to make the flow of traffic easier. Is that something that could be included on this application?
If I can just clarify and try and bring up my cursor here, the passing space was broadly opposite the property in Milton, just halfway between that property and the site here, so to the west of the site. So actually it wouldn't mitigate the development traffic going east. Thank you.
Okay, so the recommendation is this application is recommended for approval, subject conditions as listed in the committee report and completion of a section 106 agreement and the amendment to condition 5. Those for this application?
Councillor Trump, how are you voting?
Oh, we'll make it up
I
quickly.
think Councillor Trollope's now put her hand up.
Yeah.
9, yes.
Against?
Those against?
No.
Abstentions?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so it was 9 for, none against, 8 abstentions. Therefore, the application has been approved, subject to the amendment to condition 5.
Thank you. There are no urgent business. But I would like to thank everyone this evening for what has been a challenging evening and been here for over 4 hours. And I'd like to thank especially the officers for their contribution this evening. And at whatever the time is, at 2200, I bring the meeting to a close. Yeah. Sorry, could you bring your crockery across to the table over there and the microphone system, please bring to the front for the officers. Thank you very much.